I agree. So could we hear from the gentleman from, I don't know if it's a gentleman or woman, from the public that'd like to speak?
Mr. Vargas, if you could unmute your line, we're ready to hear your comments. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Herb Vargas. I'm a civil engineer. I'm also resident here in Pelham Pines. I'm a resident in Pelham Falls, which is the community just south of Sheridan Street, just south of the project. For a long time, for the last 2 years, since this project has been looked at, we have been requesting both the city commissioner cycle as well as the county to see if we can have an opportunity for comments, to provide for comments on the project. So far we were told they were not ready, and so far we never had a public meeting. We're opposed to the project because, one, as a civil engineer and as a traffic engineer and transportation engineer, this project doesn't add any capacity whatsoever to the mobility of the county. The bottlenecks in this area are the intersection of Sheridan and Flamingo, which is at capacity, and actually it's over capacity, and also the interchange of I-75 and Sheridan Street. The adding extra lanes on Sheridan Street and moving the project south closer to the walls of Pelham Falls, all it does is create a bigger parking space, and at night bring the traffic closer to the homes. And when we requested to have a sound wall or something to protect the community, I don't think our comments have got any place. So in the meantime, during these 2 years, while the people have been looking at the project, the pavement of Sheridan Street has been degraded considerably. There are potholes that are patching up, and this project needs to be done quickly, as soon as possible. So our recommendation or our desire will be and there are plenty of monies right now with the existing monies that it's allocated to the project, for the project to be reduced to just the resurfacing of the existing roadway and adding a multi-path or multi-use path on the big wide area that we have between the sidewalk and the roadway, to add maybe, I don't know, a 10-foot paving strip for bikers as well as joggers to use that, because right now they are using the sidewalks, which are very uneven and hard on the knees and all that stuff. And if you come here, you will see the demand for bicycles is quite high. There are at least, I don't know, 20 or 30 bicycles a day. I haven't done the counts, but I always see bicycles on the roadway, and then on the weekend, it's even a whole lot more. So I really ask you guys, I ask the oversight board to please do not add more money to the project that will be useless, and use the existing monies that we have to do a project that will be useful to the community and add mobility and actually encourage the more use of the bicycles in a safe manner. Thank you for the time.
I have a question. Can you tell me who you represent again?
I represent myself right now. I've been on the board. I used to be the president of the master board here in Pelham Falls when this issue came up. I'm no longer the president of the master board, so I cannot claim anymore that I'm representing the residents. We haven't gone to a meeting to ask for me to speak officially on their behalf. We did a survey with the communities of Edgewater and Majestic Bay, which are the two communities right next to Sheridan, and the majority of the people are opposed to the project. That's why we want a public meeting.
So you
We would like to have a public meeting.
So you do not represent any of the municipalities in?
No, I don't. I'm a member of the public.
If I understand you correctly, you are interested in moving a project forward because the condition of the roadway is so bad right now that you don't want to wait until maybe a, huh?
That's not at all what I was.
Okay, go ahead.
No.
Yes.
Mr. Hooper.
Because it's hard to understand the gentleman
Yeah.
because the volume on the audio is so
Too.
loud, it's echoing in here. So I couldn't understand it either. But what I got, and I would like to ask you, sir, You said something about an intersection at Sheridan and then something over at I-75, that they're not flowing through those two intersections fast enough, and that all you would be doing if you added more capacity in the road is just making a larger parking lot, and you're not really fixing the problem, which is at those two locations. Is that what you said?
Yes, that's correct. I noticed at the beginning of your meeting, there was an exhibit of the project, and if I can bring that on the screen, you will understand what I mean. Last time we didn't have an audio for us that we were listening here, we were just listening to music. But, so I agree with you, there are technical problems right now with the audio. But if you look at or if you are familiar with the project, the biggest bottleneck that we have, there's an echo on there's an echo on the audio, but the biggest bottleneck that we have is the intersection of Sheridan and Flamingo. There, we have the charter school system, we have a shopping center, and we have some vacant land on the north side, but those are constraining the right of way for us to do any significant widening of that intersection. So it may be, and it will require more money, so it may be another 10 years or so before we do that, or 5 years or so if we do that widening. When that widening happens, then it will make sense to do the 6-laning, because then traffic will be able to go someplace. But right now, based on the constraints that we have, it doesn't make sense to do this 6-lane widening, just creating impacts to the residents and the homeowners, when the need is really to create more capacity for the bicycles and all that in that area.
I understood that.
Does that answer your question?
It does, and there was another point that the gentleman made that I tend to agree. When I am out there, it's usually in the morning, because I go out there for races and stuff, running races, and there are a lot of bikes in that part of the county, and it's a bit dangerous because they mix in with cars, and he mentioned adding a 10-foot lane or bike path in addition to the project. Again, I don't know how that works. You know, if it's part of a road project, maybe it works, but that was something else he brought up, so I'll stop speaking.
Yeah, I was going to ask Tony if he would like to comment.
Yeah, just a couple points, and let me just actually go back to the previous slide so that before I come back to this one. Taking a look, if you take a look at this, the yellow highlight is our project. What I forgot to mention, I should have mentioned, is that to the west of that yellow line, which is and passing through I-75, actually, FDOT improved as part of the I-75 improvement project, they expanded that area west of our project. So that area right now is a 6-lane roadway. And so when we construct our project, make it also 6-lane, it actually smooths, facilitate traffic onto I-75 and take advantage of what FDOT has done. I think it was about maybe a year and a half ago that they completed that. So it actually dovetailed very well into improvements that they have already made. Now, taking a look on the right side of it with regards to Flamingo, when we do our projects and we sort of hit the Flamingo roadway and so forth, what we also do is that we actually, when we make that 6-lane improvement, we actually go past the intersection. We go past Flamingo, make that a 6-lane intersection, and then it dovetail back into what, east of it, which is a 4-lane. So east of that intersection is going to remain 4-lane because we just haven't gotten there yet in terms of our project. But both in terms of the I-75 interchange and then also the Flamingo intersection, it'll be a 6-lane arrangement, and it'll really, in our opinion, really facilitate traffic into that area.
So Tony, so you're saying that part of this project is to rectify those two ends of the project that this gentleman is concerned about?
Not to rectify, but I think it takes into it meets the conditions, it improves the conditions that this gentleman was referring to, because it wasn't not to play on with words, but it's an improvement that FDOT made that we're matching up with.
Now, and just another hypothetical question. If we didn't do this project, but try to put a bike lane or so to alleviate that issue, that would probably take longer than if we did the project with a bike lane, I'm guessing.
I wouldn't say it would take, long, but it's certainly, we're doing this, we're putting in a multi-purpose path on both sides of the road as part of the project. We have room to it. It's sort of a natural a desire to increase alternative or mobility in the entire area. So I think this project does take into consideration the concerns that the gentleman referred to.
One last question before I go.
On that cross-section, it does show 12-foot lanes on both sides, or
Yeah,
bike
right.
lanes.
Yep, on the bike lanes and multi-purpose path on both sides.
What kind of time frame, if you did this, would we be looking at versus if we just resurfaced and maybe get a bike lane? I'm just curious, is it?
It would take, if we were just to resurface it, because if we were to resurface and construct the multi-purpose lanes, what we would really need to do is in order to construct the multi-purpose lane, preserve future capability to increase a lane at some point in the future if we need to. It pretty much means that we need to shape the road the way it is right now in order to set it up that way for the future. So would it be less time? Yes, but would it be significantly less time? I would not think so.
Alan?
My question, and, the best person to give you advice on what an intersection is doing is the people that drive it every day. Okay, so I'm going to say that this gentleman sounds like he knows what he's talking about. My thought would be no different than the maintenance facility that we did at our last meeting. It increased because there was a additional purpose that we needed to add to that maintenance facility, and we approved a large increase in cost. I say we look at I-75 intersection and Sheridan, and I say we look at, in all four directions, I say we look at Sheridan and Flamingo, okay? And try to, if not do it at the same time, do two phases where you work the intersections and you work this new project. That way you're doing your capacity for the future, but you're also fixing the actual problem. And then all the things dovetail. I would like to explore expanding the project, because if we're going to sit here and do this, let's just do it right. I mean, otherwise we're just, if you take the advice of this gentleman on the phone, and it sounds like he's a local, we might be doing a percentage of the project, of the solution, when I think we should try to do the 100% of the solution. So what are the possibilities of expanding it into the two intersections that he's talking about?
Mr. Hoopers, I think the opportunity is
Or
definitely-
studying it?
Yeah, I think the opportunity is definitely there. This is a design-build project, so that means that a portion of the design, we did the preliminary design in order to set up the documents. The actual design still needs to take place. So what we can do is that if there's any addition, when we go in part of the actual design, if there's any additional improvements with regards to those two intersections, which, like I mentioned, we had already planned to include the Flamingo. FDOT has done already some work. But if there's certain elements of it that are missing that we can, add on to it, we'll certainly be happy to consider that as part of the actual design.
Tony, I'm a little confused here because I thought you said that those two intersections were part of this
Yep.
project in this million, how many million?
It is. Like I mentioned, I-75 interchange is already done. It's already a 6-lane section. Where we're planning on doing Flamingo, the intersection of Flamingo,
Right.
as part of the project. But as Mr. Hooper mentioned, we can certainly, as part of the design, we certainly can take a look at it and see if there's any additional things that we have not considered at this point, but we can, to see if it makes sense to include them. The design is not complete yet, so there are room to do some of those if they are reasonable and make sense.
Mr. Chair, it would also be good if we could get a sense of what the cost savings would be doing it now as opposed to doing it 5-10 years from now. As you're doing this assessment to see whether or not we can add the 2 lanes that the gentleman was talking about, what would it cost us now? And if we were to delay doing it today, what would that future cost estimate be? Because there may be some cost savings that, and economies of scale to be had by doing it now.
Yeah. We can make an attempt to do that, but we're not great at predicting the future.
Well, I know, but I mean, we work, we're doing our 5-year budget, right? And we're doing it with some estimates embedded in all of that. So I'm just saying, I'm just thinking that there could be some cost savings for us to just do it right now, as Alan is suggesting. And just because, you have the equipment on site already doing this project, maybe it's just best for us to just do as much as we can to get
Alan?
the project where it needs to be.
And to follow up with what Anthea is saying, it also may be that on the, I'm thinking Sheridan is east-west, on the north-south along Flamingo, it might be as much as adding some right-of-way on a right turn or a left turn. You're going to do the 6 lanes through, but are there issues coming into Sheridan from Flamingo or whatever? There's always a bunch of different aspects that affect traffic, and I'm no traffic engineer, but certainly I think looking at it from a very careful perspective and doing a change order or an add-on would be a smart thing to do, and I think listening to what this gentleman this advice he's giving us is well-founded.
Yeah. We would certainly take a look at the intersection, both north-south and east-west, and right in that vicinity. We typically do that anyway, but like I said, we can definitely take this gentleman's concern into account, and if there's anything that we can adjust easily, reasonably, then we'll be happy to do so.
I have a question for the gentleman. If we are able to ensure that this 6-laning and the pedestrian walkways addresses Flamingo on the, I guess, east and I-75 on the west, would that satisfy most of what he's brought here today for us to take care of?
Sure. Do I have the floor?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Hello? Yeah, do I have the floor? Can I speak?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Okay, thank you.
so-
It looks like it's very hard for you
Yeah,
guys. to
thank you very
hear me.
much.
Yeah, sure, I'll be glad to do that. Also, I should,
I have a question.
yeah, there's
Go
an echo there, I don't know. Also, I should say that I'm pleased that the project has been modified from what we heard a year and a half ago, because the project was ending at 125th Avenue before. That's what we're told. Now, I'm glad to hear that it's expanding and somebody's looking at the Flamingo. So it looks like our comments that we were doing have got to the county. We do have a tool, I'm a traffic engineer, we do have a tool that we call traffic simulation. We can use VC, we can use coursing, we can use any of those tools, Paramex, whatever, and the county can do a traffic simulation model to see what will be the effects of their improvement. In all fairness, without seeing the actual drawings, without seeing the geometric plans, I can only right now tell you my concerns. And my biggest concern would be if they are adding the extra lane on the east side of Flamingo, it will be in conflict with the access to the junior high school, the charter junior high school that the city of Palm Pines has. So I don't know how the traffic operations will work. Again, all we may be doing is moving the pane an extra 300-400 feet and still having the 2,000 or 3,000 foot backup or
Okay,
so.
I'm going to interrupt you a
eastbound.
second, sir. I'm going to interrupt you.
Sure.
We're not going to be able to get that fine. What we are going to do is ask Tony to meet with you so that he can understand exactly what your concerns are, because I believe we have a process here to move forward that will solve the issue you brought up. And it looks like some of the things have already been taken care of because you were looking at an older rendition of the plan. So at this point in time, I think I'm going to cut off the public comment. And I want to hear from, I think there's some lights on. Mr. Fraser's one, Alejandro, you've got another. So we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board.
Here too. There's somebody else. No? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm a little confused. I'm
Join the
looking at-
club.
I'm looking at this cross-section, so I want to put my question in two parts. As it relates to the cross-section we're looking at, that is between I-75 and Flamingo Road, correct?
Yes, this is
And
what we're,
that's going to be the 6-lane road,
this is what we're planning to build.
right? And it has a bike lane, I see it's 12 feet.
Yep.
Okay? So what we're talking about now is the transition between I-75 and this improvement at that end, because it's going into a 6-lane already. And then we're talking about making some adjustment at Flamingo to make sure that this 6-lane dovetails back into the 4-lane. So the additional items is those transitions at I-75 and Flamingo? That's what the additional issues are, and not the center section that we're looking at.
Well, I think, Tony, if I'm correct, those, you have already included those transition points.
They're part
So
of the
they're
project.
already in, if you look at the,
I
give us the yellow map again, real quick. And if you look at the yellow map, this goes through Flamingo,
Right.
and this ties into the 6 lanes. So those transition points are already under consideration in this plan.
Then I'm confused about what the gentleman was saying.
Well,
He's
that's,
saying
I
it's not
think
here.
he was looking at
An old plan?
an older plan that only went to X Street, I believe.
Yeah.
And we've asked Tony to get with them and make sure we've clarified that.
We'll be happy to do that.
Alejandro?
So I just wanted to ask Mr. Huey, and I guess maybe if the Public Works Department considers induced demand when it comes to these expansion projects, just because from what I've seen, other expansion projects usually end up with congested roads anyway. Take, I don't know, 441, for example. There's still congestion on that road. Obviously, it's better, but as I imagine as the population grows and more cars are put on the roads, it's just going to worsen. The same thing with, let's say, I-95, that constant expansion. So I'm wondering if this expansion project and probably any other expansion projects are just a temporary fix, let's say for 5-10 years until congestion builds up again.
There's certainly some good points about that. I think, when we try to do our capacity expansion projects, what we only deal with is roadways that are currently in failing or close to failing conditions. And so we're trying to deal with an existing problem or one that will soon, very much overwhelm the existing system. There actually are not a lot of opportunities for us to do that throughout the county because many of our roadways do not have additional capacity that allows us to do that. In these situations, we do. We have it, we can solve an existing problem, and then we can solve the problem for some period of time, and there's no question that that's going to be additional traffic that's going to, go through there. As you can see on this map here, there's a lot of development on both sides of the road right now. So, we're trying to deal with an existing problem. We're trying to deal with it in a reasonable manner with, and encouraging different modes of transportation and to facilitate that. So yes, there is a good argument about induced traffic, but we're trying to solve an existing problem where we have the capability to do so while promoting alternative mobility at this point.
Tony, if I could add to that, I also believe that one of the purposes of this whole 30-year project is other modes of transportation. There's going to be a point where we can't expand the roads anymore.
Right. Mm-hmm.
There's going to be a point where traffic is unbearable. And unfortunately, it takes that for people to get on these alternative modes once we have them as an alternative that's functional. And so this is only you can call it a Band-Aid, a needed Band-Aid, but I think in reality, this is just part of the problem. We're never going to fix capacity by just putting more lanes on. We're going to have these alternatives, which I think the taxpayers have voted for, and we're working toward. Alan?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the project and ask that staff work with, or at least meet with the gentleman from the public to see if there's any other modifications that can be done at the intersections, but at this time, move forward with the project.
Can I have a second before discussion, please?
I will second that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's going to say something?
How long is this bid, good for?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
How long is the bid, good for?
How
the
long is
current
it
bid?
good for?
Yeah.
I think there's a certain period of time, 90 days, or, I'm sorry?
I mean,
I don't know the exact time period.
okay. I mean,
Richard Thurdy's Highway Construction Engineering Division. It's up to the bidder. The bidder can hold the price forever if they want. But there is no indication that the bidder is rushing to get to the construction right away, because they got to go through a process of paperwork and other things that we basically have to do in order for them to get to that point. So we're working towards that end. We're nowhere near that now.
yeah.
But we would like to proceed on that, if we would like to proceed on that as quickly as possible, because it is a changing and dynamic pricing environment that, that we have at this point.
And that's really my concern, like everybody. It's a highly inflationary,
Right.
Market. We've already have adjusted, the budget on several occasions, and not minimizing any, comments made by the public, but just like any other project, we can always improve it. But at some point, we have to look at the project in totality. Are we ready? Is it going to deliver, what we were hoping to do? And time is also of the essence. And I think we can make modifications. We should make modifications, but at the same time, we need to move forward.
Yeah.
Tony, what was the process to date on this project? I mean, to what level have the elected officials in the three cities that are impacted by this, have they been involved, or have workshops been conducted through the planning process?
Yeah, the town, the Southwood Ranches and Pembroke Pines have been closely involved in terms of developing a project at this point in time. And then also in the future, as we get more into the detailed design of it, as more information becomes available, there will be additional public, information sessions and so forth as we go forward too.
Well, I think the design-build process does lend itself for continuing information and improvements in the process before you get concrete, if you will, laid on the ground.
Right, and they still have to go through that design process.
Last year, the county auditor had conducted a review of a project, I think it was a bridge project, relative to innovation of how you arrived at the pricing for those components, a changed process. Has this been also through that process? Does it account for what the recommendations that the auditor made in the process?
I believe we have. This process is, I'm sure as we go forward, we'll continue to work with the auditor and so forth, and when we, get through that process. But yes, I think we've followed all of the county procedures.
I'm sorry.
You need to turn your mic on, Mr. Chair.
Any other comments? We have a motion on the floor for approval. Do we need to do anything else before we vote on this?
No, just call the vote.
Can I call the question? Call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No,
Anybody opposed?
me.
One opposed. Can I ask a question? Why not? I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm curious to learn.
I don't think we should be funding more expansions.
Okay. If I may,
You mean more roadway expansion?
Right, yeah. Like I mentioned, induced demand is a huge problem, and I think these are just temporary solutions that are just going to cost us even more money in the future.
So, if I may, the motion is with regard to the eligibility, the statutory eligibility of the additional funds, not with regard to, I guess, whether, you believe that expansion is appropriate for the road. So with what's within the purview of the board is whether the project itself, project elements, and the funding associated with the project are eligible under 212055 Florida statutes. And since this is involves the planning and development and construction of a road, it is statutorily eligible.
Thank you for clearing that up. I understand that it's eligible. I don't know, what else can I say?
And I also understand your frustration, but we can certainly, there's very few places we're going to left to be able to expand a road, just because we're basically built out. This is certainly going to make those residents in that area extremely happy for some time. And I'm hoping that by the time this gets to its capacity, we'll have alternate ways of transportation for them to take, whether it's buses, trains, so.
I can understand that.
That's fine. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. I also think that maybe something else we don't really talk about too much is the impact on pedestrians and cyclists, as in, if we expand, let's say, from 2 to 3 lanes on each side, that's that much longer that a person walking across has to spend in front of cars. There's an increased risk that someone will get killed, and that's a fact. That more people are killed on these arterials than let's say on collectors.
All right, I agree with you. I do think, though, in fact, that we got 2 12-foot bike pedestrian lanes on either side of this road that don't exist there today, far outweigh that extra 12, 10, 11 feet of asphalt in this particular case. But
I do agree with the 12-foot multi-use paths. That I think that's a great thing. Obviously, that's something that wasn't there before. So
one of the things I might suggest is that when we get to we have a retreat coming up, right? This is something that we could bring up more as a philosophical discussion. So, but I do appreciate, Alejandro, your input. Thank you.
Of course.
Anyone else? And Theo, you have your.
No, I'm good.
Okay. I'd like to. Whoops. You guys have your buttons on over there. I think we're ready to vote. So, or did we?
We've already
We already
taken the
voted.
vote.
We had.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
we've already taken
I
the
got
vote.
distracted. We had an 8-1, right? Is Shay on the phone?
7-1. Shay is not on the phone.
You're sitting it very well in for Shay. I can say that much. Okay, we're ready to go on item number 3.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to acknowledge and recognize the fact that we have one of our county commissioners that have joined us. Commissioner Hazel Rogers is in the audience. And the next item, our last action item for this morning, is related to a conversion request from the city of Oakland Park. And that is allowable under the Second Amendment. A city can formally request that design funding that was awarded in a particular fiscal year be converted to a construction phase of funding. In this particular instance, the city of Oakland Park was recommended for design funding in what was Cycle 3, the MPO's Cycle 3 process, which was actually programming projects into the fiscal year 2027. So that was the new 5th year of the 5-year plan last year. City of Oakland Park reached out to us, indicated that they did not need the design funding, that they would prefer to have the $471,000 programmed as construction funding. And we are recommending that conversion request. And we do have an individual from the city of Oakland Park here to speak to you briefly if you all have any questions.
Good morning.
Good morning. Eric Chinesky with the Corodino Group representing Oakland Park on the side. I don't have anything additional from what Gretchen mentioned, so it's just a conversion request from design to construction, since design is taken care of at this point already.
So Eric here is just here for questions.
Just for questions?
Yeah.
How did you fund the design?
It was incorporated into the city's budget prior to, I think, the award of the prior funding.
Do we know what the cost for the construction is?
I can, cross-check it.
In other words, how much of this 471 is going to cover the construction?
Very little. This is another project that is heavily leveraged by other funding sources. We're going to talk about that a lot today. But I'll let Eric give you the specific.
Yeah, in the past budget, there was a little over $1 million, I think, in 2025 that was outlined for construction. I don't have the exact number, I can look that up, but it's just over $1 million for construction.
I think you have someone behind you that might have the exact numbers.
Hey, Brent. Yep.
Hello. Hi, good morning. Brent Johnson, Director of Engineering and Building Services for the City of Oakland Park. To answer your question, the construction costs are around a little over $2 million. The other funding is coming by way of the MPO. We originally applied for this project as a C-SLIP. And of course, the C-SLIP project I converted to a local agency program, also known as LAP. So we're getting funding from there, and we are also getting funding from another grant that we were awarded. And so this will help cover the remaining costs that we need to complete the project.
So oversimplified, the construction project is $2 million. You're using $471 million of Surtax dollars that were originally for design that you've already paid for. So we're leveraging, that's 75%, right? I can't see no reason to approve something like this. Anyone else want to comment on that?
I'd like to make a motion, we approve this project.
Second, please.
Second.
Any other questions or comments before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Unanimously approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you for all the work you've done on this.
Yes, and for leveraging.
Now we have a special recognition and award presentation by our chair and our vice chair.
Uh-oh. Mr. Hooper, you're going to have to get off the computer. Yes, Alan. What can I say? I better read this because I might get too emotional and ad-lib too many things in. As the first chair, Alan Hooper has served the Transportation Surtax Oversight Board with persistence and demonstrated his commitment and leadership as we navigated the beginnings of a 30-year plan. Guess what I'm doing? I'm reading the wrong one. This is called the Alan Hooper Award. As the first chair, Alan Hooper has served the Transportation Surtax Oversight Board for the last 4 years with persistence and demonstrated his commitment and leadership as we navigated the beginning of a 30-year, $16 billion plan. Mr. Hooper has contributed valuable insights and thought-stirring perspective. On behalf of Broward County residents, all small business owners, and MAP Broward staff alike, we acknowledge and appreciate the time he has dedicated to this program, especially being the first to take on such a large-scale endeavor. Mr. Hooper stepped up to the challenge and led the board with thoughtfulness, offering recommendations based on his vast experience with the private sector in construction management. Alan was an asset to the Oversight Board as chair and will continue to be a regular member of the board, and we do and will not take his involvement for granted as the board is better for it. Now join us in honoring the first chair of the Independent Transportation Surtax Board, Mr. Alan Hooper. You got to turn your microphone on, but
Mr.
Thea
Chair,
may want to add
if I could
something.
just add something.
You should have roasted me. You shouldn't be saying nice things about me. You should be roasting me.
You know, I just wanted to add something, and you said it all, basically, Doug. But, you know, I admire you so much as a leader. You are brilliant at doing this job, considering our beginnings and just trying to figure out how to move forward. You did an excellent job. I love the fact that you're so compassionate to the needs of the people in our community, and that you're thoughtful every step of the way. You've been very thoughtful in how you've executed our mission. And more than anything else, I love the fact that you are so extraordinarily courageous. Courageous to have taken the mantle in the first place, but just really pushing all of us to be our best and to be thoughtful and not to ever rubber stamp just because. So I'm grateful to you for your leadership, and thank you for being my friend on the board.
Now, Alan, before you,
Oh
I guess we can hear your comments,
Yes.
and maybe we should before we give this, because we might not want to,
Yeah,
but.
let me just say something. So, first of all, I did not wake up this morning thinking, it's my wife's birthday, not mine, okay? But thank you so much, and I gotta say though, and I've told this to people at other boards I'm a member of, other groups that I'm involved with, and I think Doug has heard it before at some of the, at the Broward workshop. This board, this group of people, you guys are super committed, and we put our time in on behalf of the community, and it wasn't just me. Phil and all you guys are so concerned with the well-being of the community. And the reason we sit here and do this, and there are hours of it, is because we care. The other thing that's very important to point out is that the folks that are running this organization also stepped into something that was brand new, right? And it's being done very well. And the professionals at the county and the engineers and the attorneys and management, the people that are managing for us. I mean, we come here and we do this, but for the other 60 days until our next meeting, there's a lot of work that's being done. So I'm very proud to sit on this board with you guys, and I always have been. But it's not just, come on. Maybe I'm the mouth talking, and now we've got Doug over here to talk, so we'll be giving him an award at some point. But really, it's all of us, and I really believe that. I'm very proud to sit on this board with you guys, because you guys are all really committed people. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I guess you should read this.
Oh.
No, let's not read any more stuff.
Oh, it's very short.
Oh, it just says, Matt Broward Mobility Advancement Program, brought to you by the Penny for Transportation, recognizes the outstanding contributions of Alan C. Hooper, first independent transportation surtax oversight board chair. This is from 2019 to 2023.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's one.
All right. Okay.
Now, how do I
Should
get
we
into
take a
this?
picture with each other?
We will. We have something else here.
Bottle of booze?
Oh, you need help?
We need a
comes
little
from the left.
executive
Yep.
director help.
I got it. Let me assist.
Ah,
Oh, that's so cool.
Right?
Wow.
you don't.
For your
I
office?
know.
Wow.
That may be-
Very
I think you
nice.
should
Thank you.
Well, I think you should be part of the picture.
Yes,
Yes.
definitely. Okay, let's, all right. Oh, wait, let me take my glasses off.
Oh, yeah.
1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, buddy.
Yes,
Let's put it back in the back. You won't put it this way.
okay. I didn't expect that. Thank you. Very nice.
Very deserving.
Very deserving.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Are we ready to open another meeting?
We're ready to adjourn this one, and then we'll open up the
Move-
next one.
Move to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Meeting adjourned at 10:30. All right. We are now, I guess, ready to adjourn another meeting. Transportation Surtax Oversight Board Budget Workshop on fiscal year 2024, Wednesday, August 16th. It says at 10 a.m., but we're starting it at 10:30. Must have been Alan's fault.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we lost our executive
with that.
director,
Yeah, that'd be great.
but it says here that we have presentations to start with.
That is correct. Excuse me, I'm sorry about that, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure. Waiting for the presentation to come back up. There we go. So we are embarking on our 2024 Surtax budget workshop. And as we do each year, we'll start the budget workshop with a review of some accomplishments through the third quarter of the current fiscal year for all of the agencies that are currently receiving Surtax funding, as well as the Municipal Surtax program. And we'll start out with Tony Huey from the Public Works Department. For those that might be watching, we've just provided a bit of an overview of the program. Again, this is a program that is authorized under Florida statutes. As Angela mentioned earlier, we are looking at projects that are eligible under Section 212055. This program began on January 1st of 2019. It is a 30-year program. It is a 1% sales surtax for transportation. We are in the last quarter of the fiscal year 2023 and bringing forward proposed projects and proposed expenditures for fiscal year 2024, which begins on October 1st of 2023. I also wanted to bring to the attention of anyone who might be watching and is interested, the County Commission will also be receiving a Surtax budget workshop for fiscal year 2024 on August 29th. That will be in room 430 and also live webcast. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Tony.
Good morning again.
Morning.
The Public Works Department continued to be very busy on behalf of the Surtax program. I'm happy to report that in the past, or in the current fiscal year, we have completed 19 projects. This is a listing of all of the projects that we have completed, and there's a wide range of them. Fiber optics, drainage projects, and school zones. Rather than me going through them with these words, I thought I'd just show you some of the pictures and photos of the completed projects that we've done. Fiber optic projects, not really much that you can see. Very nicely decorated traffic control cabinets and fiber that goes in them. We completed 2 of those projects. In the Riverside Drive in the Coral Springs area, we were able to complete a number of projects that were bundled all together. They included resurfacing bike lanes, drainage replacements that you cannot see underground, some of the sidewalks that we were able to construct in conjunction with that, and you can see some of the bike lanes that have been marked out and so forth. Flamingo Road is one of our intersection improvement projects. We improved the crossing on Flamingo Road and for the benefits of pedestrians and bicyclists, and again, an example of the efforts that the Surtax program has continued to promote alternative or additional modes of transportation for all citizens throughout the county. Another intersection improvement project, this one includes additional, on the left-hand picture, you can see 2 left turn lanes. We added capacity to that intersection by increasing the left turn lanes both in the northbound and southbound direction, and also resurfacing and a number of peripheral improvements that's associated with the project. Traffic mass arm signals, I think replacement of our span wires with mass arms in 2 of the areas here. Resurfacing sidewalks, again, the point with regards to improving all modes of transportation. Resurfacing project in Commercial Boulevard from Hiatus to Nob Hill. It's pictures of a photo of the project after it was completed. And then a number of school zone projects that we were able to improve the existing school zone signals and markings and so forth, and that they were completed for a number of schools throughout the county. So those are some of the photos of the things that we've done. We've continued to work on our projects. One thing I do want to mention, and I sort of, this is kind of exciting for us that we've been able to utilize our expenditures the right way here, is that on 2 of the projects, L03, L07, Roosevelt Gardens Lighting Project, and I think I discussed with the board before that because in some of these areas we were able to work with FP&L, utilize their existing electrical network, we're actually being able to save some money from what we originally anticipated we need to spend. This is one of those situations here. The money that, the budget that you guys had previously approved because of our working with FP&L, we don't need all of the money that were approved. However, that money is sorely needed in that same neighborhood for drainage projects, especially as it has been reflected in the recent flooding that we've been experiencing. So this is note for the record to the board that we want to use some of that money that we no longer need for lighting. We want to use them for drainage, and we want to get an early start on doing some of the pipe cleanings and, you know, that type of thing. So at a later point in the future, we're going to come back to the board, notify you that we're modifying some of the project numbers and so forth. But that's something that we're working on, that we want to maximize the budgeting that the Oversight Board had previously approved for us. Where we're at right now, in addition to projects we completed, we have about 116 projects that you guys have previously seen that we're working on at the moment. 37 of them are in various stages of procuring design for consultants and project development and so forth. 46 of them are in design right now, with about half of them very close to completion that we can move on to the next stage. 17 of them are in construction procurement, and 16 of them are in construction right now, with a couple nearing completion. So this time next year, we can add more to the list as we go forward. So this is where we are. I think, like I said, we've been very busy, and we want to continue to be busy. So thank you for your assistance in terms of reviewing and evaluating these projects.
Nice. Anyone have any comments? I do, if no one else. Tony, I think, can you quickly go back to your first slide?
Sir?
I think these are all county, what I call county projects, right?
Yep, yep.
But, you know, they're all located in cities.
Yep.
And I know the cities get frustrated about not getting what they might call their fair share. And I've been trying to build a bridge, and here's a prime example of all this money being spent in cities. It's not coming out of their, what do they call that? Their MAG. And I think that's important to recognize. I mean, that's a lot of, you go out there and in reality, everything the county does is more or less within some city. I just think we need to recognize that. And I would hope someday that I'd like to see a city come in here and say thanks. If they've taken county money and given it to my city. Anyway, end of that comment. Excuse me, anybody else?
May I?
Huh?
May I?
Yes, certainly.
Mr. Huey, I was glad that you brought to our attention the L3 and L07 savings that FPL helped facilitate, and was wondering, are there more opportunities to work with private companies or utilities to save on lighting costs in the future that you're looking at?
Yeah, we do, and I think we're going to have that opportunity in other areas because we're using the same approach. So I think at some point we'll come back to you and, you know, and not repeat, but sort of expand upon what we started here. Yes, there are opportunities.
Mr. Hooper, did you have something? Whoops. For all our members here, you push the button when you want to talk and you turn it off when you're done. Okay, thanks.
So at this point, Mr. Chair, it will invite I guess we have to wait just a second. Corey Cuff-Lonergan, the General Manager for the Transportation Department, is here. She just stepped out for a moment. So what we can do is we can go forward in the presentation. I could ask Sandy Michael McDonald, who I see in the back, if he'd like to come forward and do his presentation. We'll come back to the transportation
Broward.
accomplishments. Sorry about that. This is going to take a bit.
You're getting moved up in the hierarchy here.
Might know my last name now. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
We want to take.
Sorry, Sandy, let me get there.
Serving every day. Working the.
It's a lot. Yeah, they got a lot going on. Sorry, almost there. Oh, there we go. Okay.
I'm sorry. I
So
do
Sandy, do you want to
apologize.
grab your
Oh,
tent
yeah.
card for the recorder? And just while he's doing that, for everyone who's making presentations, I think for most everyone, we have a tent card here on the table off to, I guess my left, your right, possibly. And so before you come up to the podium, if you'll grab that, would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Coordinator, and good morning, everyone. So thank you for allowing me to briefly bore you, and then when Corey comes, she can give you all the excitement and the juicy aspects of why you're here this morning. I want to share some of our highlights. And our highlights this quarter, this year, are actually different than some previously. And it's different because I can say I even have more participation from our cities in terms of activities, in terms of events, and in terms of outreach. And some of the highlights is centered around, I'll have to say, them beginning to buy in to the small business component. That's not a negative, that's a 100% positive, and I can say it in the manner of aligning it with the small business program. Still to date, and I've been here 10 years this past May, the county has had a small business program from 1992 to 2004, and that's when it was MBE and WBE. A lot of programs got challenged over the country, so you moved away from your gender and your race conscious, and you went to your gender and your race neutral, and Broward started that around 2006. But since the 2010 Business Opportunity Act, then the 2012 Business Opportunity Act as amended, the county has been committed to assuring that small businesses in Broward could participate in county procurement. When I got here, the county even had an average of 25% of whatever we tried to do with small businesses. In 2018, the county agreed with me, let's change average to at least 25. And now the county recognizes, as I shared, excuse me, before they went on summer break, that average, now that it's been removed, and now that our program is at least 25% small business for the county, they're currently attaining 31. So they're doing far more than was anticipated, and that is because the cities are helping us to understand more how to target and reach out to their small businesses and get them engaged. Well, it's taken the county some 15, 20 years to get to that point. And Surtax or Map Broward just isn't that old as of yet. So I would say the first 2 years where we got participation, we got it because you guys did require, there was interlocal agreements. We went out and did 2 rounds of trainings to all of the communities. But I'll say this past year, this past quarter specifically, the cities are catching on to the reality that it is an economic impact with the dollars you're receiving from Surtax. When, if at all possible, businesses in your community and in your neighboring community, which means residents in your community could be working in businesses in the other communities, have a chance to participate. And because of that, we've done a number of workshops, and we have another one coming up in 2 months, where the cities now come in front of an audience, and I'll show you that in a future slide, have a chance to present to the small business community projects they have in the hopper within the next 90 days. And that's the thing about small business. You know, I can tell you about a project that's 3 years away. Did I really garner your interest? Or I can tell you about a project within the next 3 to 4 months to then allow you to do your homework, dot your I's, cross your T's, create the necessary relationships, and be prepared to bid or be a part of another team. So our highlight speaks to the fact that we did have that type of participation. It has been going strong, I'll actually say, the last 6 months, and that's what we want to go into the new fiscal year, as well as the next quarter, building on. Doing more of those where the cities actually come in, because it's not just the actual workshop, it's the attention paid prior to the workshop of us working with the cities to make sure small businesses are also in attendance. It's one thing now to finally get the cities there. We don't want to get the cities there and you got 12 businesses in the audience. So the ideal is making sure that we can support the cities by making the necessary announcements, doing the necessary outreach to getting the businesses in the actual room to hear about these real opportunities. Here's a little video highlights. So the next part of our advertising, promotion, and marketing strategy, and you're seeing it first, is to take that video and with all of our communities, asking them to share that to their small business community, to their residents, but also do it in a way of recruitment. We did the same thing in my Broward and Beyond conference, and I have that coming up, and Surtax was a major participant as well as the sponsor of that activity. We're using that now because for the small businesses, we need them to see, 3 years in, going into 4, we need them to see there's businesses that look like them, that's their size, from their community and their industries who are actually winning. And we really do want to ask the question, why not you? So we want them to see, as I did during the conference, we listed the businesses by name. We listed the industry. We listed the contract, we listed the dollar value. We wanted small businesses and the communities to see that it is real. It wasn't hype in 2018 when we were pushing the agenda for this penny for transportation surtax that we now know is Matt Broward. It wasn't hype. I remember initially when I and Chris Walton was going around to the communities explaining that there will be carved out opportunities for small business. It wasn't hype when we simply said that the industries would only be construction. We made sure that they understood about public relations, about outreach, about a design, and about other opportunities. And we wanted them to see right now who actually has been winning, what those dollar values are, and what those actual industries are. So that video, we hope our communities who are participating will use it, pump it, promote it, and just use it as another tool to remind, inform, and educate the businesses in their community. If you're not engaged yet, get engaged, because there's more than enough time to get involved. Even if you're not a certified small business yet, get certified. If it took you a year to start a business, took you a year to formulate your business, took you a year to eventually get certified, you still got over 23 more years to participate, bare minimum. So it is not late, and that's the message we're trying to send. So As of August 8th, as you'll see from the county projects and the municipal projects, you see the number of projects that were reviewed. And again, that's our process. Based on what comes from admin via what came from the communities, we review. And based on all of our review, you see where we are aligning or recommending goals. We hope those eventually find their way out the door with the goals actually attached. And then we come back and tell you in another slide what was actually awarded. So this is based on what was reviewed as of 8/8. And that means a projected 153 million could be going to CBEs if everything that was reviewed by our office finds its way to the street and eventually finds its way to an award. So that's a review. But here, you'll see as of 8/8, what was actually awarded via county projects, via municipal projects. You see the total amount actually awarded. You see the number of CBEs participating on county projects and municipal projects based on the actual awards. And then you'll see that average CBE commitment. We came into this hoping to get to 30. Based on what's awarded, you see the counties around 33%. You see the municipal projects are approximately 40% in terms of awarded activity to the CBEs. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we have to find multiple ways to make sure we're sharing a message, we're disseminating a message, we're getting the small business engaged, we're getting them involved. And because Corey was in the throes of preparing to speak about Primo and this major footprint, we had her she was a star. She started off our conference. A conference, as you see, had over 870 small businesses in attendance. A lot of our municipalities participated. We had county vendors, we had vendors and community partners throughout. But the main thing is we were able to take what she described in the Primo plan and explain how relevant and directly there would be small business participation. Not just during her presentation in the morning, but there was also a workshop later in the afternoon where they can dive in and hear more about those details. And that's the planning. Really begin to understand as that project rolls out in all the different phases of that project, where the small business opportunities are, so now they can begin to start taking a look at what some of their future opportunities are. And this is the example that I was given earlier. This was the workshop that we did in June, well attended, and we had those cities to participate. I have another one of these coming up. I think the next one is at the end of September. And that's what we want to try to do every other month or every 3 months. Bring the cities in to talk about projects that they're ready to go to the street with within 90 days, maybe 4 months max. Then allow our small businesses to engage those cities, and we did have county participation as well, to get as much information as possible, because all the devil in the details will be in the bid. But for a small business and our medium-sized business, as soon as you can hear of what the potential scope is, as soon as you can identify the potential industries needed for a potential project, that then begins to prepare you, whether it's county or whether it's city, to get engaged. So we tell them, yes, every Wednesday night, and it'll come out tonight at 6:15, we got our Wednesday night newsletter. In my newsletter, I got a hot tips section, and I talk about what MAP Broward projects are on the horizon. But we talk about it in advance based on that earlier slide of what I'm reviewing, so that the small businesses can begin now to see how they fit or if they fit. We also talk about it because I also am reminding the small businesses, though I'm the county and I'm putting this hot tip out, if you see, as you guys heard earlier, the city of Oakland Park, you now need to recognize, don't pay attention to my procurement platform. Oakland Park's bid will not come out on my platform. It'll come out on their platform. But so our small businesses don't have to do all the crazy digging, on my website, we list all the cities, all the platforms, and all the contacts. So the ideal is that we want to do more sessions where we can require the cities to come out, cities share their projects, have packed audiences where the small businesses get to meet the city as well as the county staff, and then allow them to follow our hot tips to prepare to go after contracts as they present themselves. And with that, I do thank you, and I certainly thank you for letting me get in a little earlier. Appreciate it. I'll entertain any questions if you have it, respectfully.
Mr. Chair, I only have one question. The new policies that the governor is putting out, has that impacted on any of these programs?
For us, no, because we were able to fight the fact that Map Broward was voted by the people. So because of that, it still affords us to do the small business goal. Unfortunately for me and the county program, when the county receives, if ever there's a project over $350,000, if the county receives even $1 from the state, I can no longer place small business goals on state programs. I've been able to do that on county projects with state money. I've been able to do that since I've been here. They fluctuated the number a year or so ago to $1 million. This time, July, we just started, is 350. So that has been interrupted. But the way we see it, we're good to go. We were removed out of that language when I'm talking about surtax, and I believe that'll be sustained throughout the process. But it is challenging for small business programs and municipals across the state in other areas, that is.
Mr. Chair. I have a question.
Go ahead, Anthea.
So I'm curious, just to piggyback on that question, how are we doing with minority participation, minority and women-owned business participation?
I'll say we're doing good. And actually, we can give you the chart that we gave you in the last quarterly, because we plan to continue to give that as an update. Because that is one of our targets. Because as you know, you asked that question about a year ago. And I told you, I can't tell you, because at the end of the day, Broward County is race and gender neutral. However, the county did pass an ordinance that they wanted to start collecting that data. And that's where about 6 months ago, I started showing you where we are in terms of race as well as gender. And we're now actually breaking that out per the districts, because we want to be able to share that with all of my commissioners. And then that also helps us to do more targeting.
Exactly.
And targeting is the key. See, you have to assess so that you actually know. And then once you know, you got to do something about what it is that you know. So it helps us to decide where we need to go, where we need to pour more into. And that's the other key, an excellent question. See, that's the other key that we're describing through small business and targeting all businesses. And think about it slowly when we're speaking to our cities. Based on our cities and the density and the businesses in those cities, if you're willing to work with us, and hypothetically, if you're a predominantly minority community and you're participating in surtax, and we're extending the invitation to do the outreach with you, to do the meet and greet with you, to assure that the businesses in your community, to attend one of those workshops where you get to come and describe the projects to your businesses in your community. That's how we try to make sure that everyone actually is covered. And again, that's one of the things I'm getting more encouraged about. If you look at the list of those who just participated, and I hope to be just as excited for the one in September. And you guys know, as I did previously, I will come and tell you who attended and who did not attend. But we're really going to reach the minority and the women-owned businesses and the others based on cities' participation with your program through our office, who are willing to help us spread the message and with the businesses in their community. But we certainly do have the actual data and the numbers to show how many minority and women businesses from that list that you saw that was awarded, which actual projects and which actual community. We actually have that data now.
Perfect. And then one last quick question. On the jobs numbers, I'm interested in kind of getting a sense of how those numbers break out per city at some point.
Okay.
I'm just kind of curious to know, because a lot of our communities where we know there's still high levels of unemployment, I want to make sure that there's some sensitivity and some targeting in those areas for some of the job opportunities that the penny tax is creating.
Understood. And if you recall our plan for small business, participation in goals, that next phase, workforce development, because it's not just the jobs during construction. We certainly want to be concerned about those, which we do have numbers for, but some of the projects in their completion, those are the long-term jobs when you're looking for that economic impact to demonstrate that putting the dollars into this facility, into this road, also created this many jobs long-term. So we're getting ready to dive in deeper to where we are with the workforce development for the sustainable jobs, but we do have the numbers based on the projects and the number of small businesses or the laborers participating for these short-term construction jobs. So we'll put something together. I know we haven't done that yet, but we certainly will.
Thank you. Awesome presentation as always.
Mr. Fraser?
I just have one word that you need to add to your arsenal, which you will not get any flack about as it relates to minority or ethnicity or what have you. It's called underutilized. As long as you are able to say, we are helping underutilized businesses.
You're
it
absolutely,
reflects all those criticisms of race, gender, this, and all that. Okay?
you're absolutely correct, because the Office of the Department of Transportation now have an Office of Disadvantaged and Underutilized Businesses with DOT, and our friend Brad Mims is now the new director, so you're spot on there. Underutilized. Gotcha.
Anyone else have any comments for Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you all.
McDonald. How could I miss it? Thank you. I don't know where to put my fine, but I did put it on airplane mode.
So, Mr. Chair, we're going to go back to Corey Cuff-Lonergan.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good to see you all again. I'm sorry I had to step out for a quick minute, so I missed my spot in the agenda, and Sandy was gracious enough to take it over, so good for Sandy. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay, I'm Sandy. Thank you, Gretchen. Okay. So, good morning again. I'm just really glad to be here and to see everyone again. It's been a little bit. I guess I was here probably 30 to 45 days into the job, and now I'm coming up to my 6th month. And so I'm back in front of you, so I'm really excited to be able to share with you some of our accomplishments this fiscal year. We have the rest of the year to go still, but there's some things that we're particularly proud of, and there's some things that have popped up to us that we will need to work on going forward. What's interesting is that we have answered the mail from the Surtax board. You've asked us to do more promotions and to get the word out more about what we do. So we have really been focused on doing a better job at that as of late. And having said that, I just want to warn you that this presentation is a combination of things. So I'm going to narrate a little bit of it. We're going to show you through video some of the work that we've been working on, and allow that venue to tell the story that we are particularly proud of, some of those accomplishments. So with that, I'm going to hopefully click a button and it moves forward. Okay, good. Wonder how that works. Okay. So just a reminder, we are the 2nd largest transit agency in the state of Florida. And we right now are ranking in America's top 4 in the entire nation. And so we are, when people ask me what I do, I say I'm in the people business. I'm in the people business because I help people get to where they want to go, to do the things they want to do, and to live the lives that they're trying to live. And with that said, I am joined by a group of transportation professionals that are dedicated to serving our passengers and the community. And so I'm just going to let you take a look at some of the things that make us smile. That was a video of our Employee Appreciation Day. We were able to give out some giveaways and celebrate the people that keep our system moving. Basically, just for those of you who do not know, we operate 413 fixed routes, and those are all bus routes at the moment. And we have 337 paratransit vehicles. We have about 1,300 transit professionals that work in our agency, and we connect the community, support employment, and contribute to the economic vitality of the region. We maintain and operate 2 bus facilities now, Ravenswood and the Copans location, which you're familiar with. I've spoke about that with you before, as has Arethea. And we serve 17 municipalities with about 79 community bus shelter service. So here is where we are with our ridership year to date. So we're at about 16 million here through June of 2023. That's our fixed route service. For our shared ride service, we're at about 679,000. We have, with our Riders' Choice Program, which is the program that allows our paratransit riders to choose to take a on-demand vehicle to their destination. And so thus far, year-to-date, we've accommodated about 30,000 rides. On our community shuttle, we're just under 1 million rides, and we have about 530 of our late shift connect rides taken so far year-to-date. Okay, so this is the next area that we want to talk about, which is a significant accomplishment, we feel, is the introduction and exploration of the Primo plan. So we were able to get that plan worked through over the last couple years to get it to a point where we could take it forward with our recommendations. I think many of you recall the presentation on that. But just in case you don't, I have this little clip here that I'd like to show you to introduce the topic of Primo, and then I'll get into some of the more details following the presentation. Thank you.
Broward County Transit is changing the way Broward County connects. Introducing Primo, our new premium mobility plan, delivering over 200 miles of premium transit services with 8 east-west corridors and 6 north-south corridors, providing everyday transportation to places that matter most. Connecting Broward County's 3 major economic engines, the airport, seaport, and convention center. Broward County Transit's Primo, the future of transit, is here. To learn more, visit primo.broward.org.
So this spot was used to introduce Primo to the community, and it was something that was used to kind of like level set and get people interested in the plan. And as you recall, we're looking at 200 miles of new premium service. We're anticipating an annual ridership on that service of about 23 million. We're looking at the end of this, having 100% of our fleet be zero emission. And we're looking at new intelligent transportation systems for our roads. And as always, we want to be good stewards and blend seamlessly into the community and adopt the local aesthetic with the facilities that we plan to put in place. This is the existing network that we have today. And here are some of our park and ride facilities that provide express service to Miami. And these are the locations of the municipalities with our community shuttle service. And this is the Primo plan. As you can see, since we last spoke, we've added a extension to the northern part of the county, which was not on the plan that you saw. We added that based on some feedback from the community that, you know, this is something very important that needed to be recognized. It was always the intent to go county line to county line, but we were starting off with Broward County Rail South, and now we're looking at also including at some point when we cross the New River heading north. And so what we get as part of this is about 11 miles of the new commuter rail service, and we'll have 23 miles of our light rail, bus rapid transit at about 76 miles, and then about 100 miles of our high-frequency bus service.
Corey, if I could interrupt quickly. We're looking at how many years out from today till we start seeing some of it, and how many years is this plan?
So the total plan is about 15 years. As early as 2026, we should see our high-frequency bus service in operation, followed in 2027 by the commuter rail, and then the next group will be our LRT, our light rail transit, connecting the Seaport, Airport, and the Convention Center in 2028, and then on Oakland Park Boulevard, our BRT service.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay. So One of the things that we've been focused on is trying to green up our system and our assets and our vehicles. And so, as you are familiar with, part of that greening strategy is to take advantage of zero-emission electric buses. And so the plan was to have 32 of them by year-end this year. And right now, we are not quite on target with that for a myriad of reasons, but namely, I know there's been some interest with the recent announcement of one of our vendors, unfortunately, has declared Chapter 11. And so at this point, we have about 16 buses that are supposed to be ready and heading our way. We have a team that's going to be going up there soon to take a look at where we stand with those 16 buses. But unfortunately, there are two things at play here. One, there were some supply chain issues that kind of compromised the schedule somewhat. But on top of that, with this pending concern with the bankruptcy that is compounding the delivery schedule. So what we do know is that they say that everything's good, but what we've heard, unfortunately, is that production has stopped at the plant as of late, and so we don't know when that's going to resume. The good news is we haven't expended any dollars for things that haven't been delivered yet, so we're not on the hook for any, any money that's outstanding. However, it's a little bit disappointing because we had hoped to have these in service a lot sooner. And so my team and I are going to be meeting on Friday to work through our strategy on how to address this. And at that point, we'll have a better idea of what to do next. But please keep us in your thoughts. We do want to make this program work. We do hope that our supplier can weather the storm and get back in business and help us all in the nation. And we're not the only client that they have. A lot of other clients are depending on them to support their electric expansion programs.
Mr. Chairman, how much money is tied up in that contract?
I believe Arethia's here. How much is it? 40 million.
How much?
40.
40?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Don't we have a couple buses now, electric buses now already?
We do have some in service, right?
What's your experience with those?
So, for the most part, some of them are running. We've had some challenges as they come into service, or when they're delivered. They have not all been perfect, and we've had to wait for the manufacturer to make certain adjustments on them to get them operable. But I would say that this is not the ideal scenario, but one of the reasons I believe that this contract was pursued with this vendor was because of their reputation in terms of the battery. I believe that and Aretha, you can join me up here, I believe they're #1 in the industry from a battery perspective, but some of the bus components they're still coming up to speed on some of those things.
How many alternative vendors are there that can provide the kind of volume that we're going to plan for?
There's three.
Three?
Mhm.
Did they all bid on the contract?
Aretha Douglas, Assistant General Manager for Capital Programs and Electric Bus Programs for the Transportation Department. In the space, in the electric vehicle space, there are those three manufacturers that we mentioned. What we did in this contract, there are existing state contracts, Florida State, Virginia State, different contracts that we piggyback. All the vendors, that the three vendors are part of those contracts, so we can leverage the same contract that we used to do the procurement for these vehicles. We can leverage the same contract if we need to replace the vehicles or the specifications for the difference of the ones they wouldn't provide under the existing procurement.
What is the state of the art with bus battery, integration?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
What's the state of the art relative to the batteries and compatibility with bus routes?
Well, right now, like Corey mentioned, this particular vendor is leading the industry with the battery technology. They offer, for instance, a battery of 738 kilowatts in comparison to other vendors that's at 440 kilowatts. So that gives you that additional range that could meet the schedules that we have on our routes. That was why one of the criteria for selection of this vendor. The industry is moving towards, right now this is lithium ion cooled batteries. So the industry is moving towards solid state batteries, which will offer more range. Hopefully, it's in the test period. A couple of car manufacturers are looking at that technology now, but that's not yet in the bus space. So this particular vendor, like I said, is cutting edge with battery technology and other things. We're hoping, like Corey said, that they can weather the storm of their financial situation to keep providing buses, because we don't have a huge market to buy from. It's only three companies that sell electric buses. So it the competition and the pricing is not as competitive as we hoped we would be at this point in this space. So we're hopeful that they can weather the storm and continue to produce buses.
Just my concern is one of being on that cutting edge, that bleeding edge, if you will, of the technology, and trying to be, responsive to your ridership, but also as preserving the investment that you're making in that developmental space. So, okay. It's, having seen, bankruptcy effects in the past and unwinding those types of things, don't be so optimistic, if you will. High degree of caution as it relates to dealing with those issues. Make sure the attorneys are on board.
Yeah, I think we have a really good attorney that takes care of our department. But yes, we understand, sir. We are equally as concerned with this, and we're hopeful that we can, like I said, weather the storm and come on the other side with electric buses that work and are in service as soon as possible.
Corey, a little clarification on the screen here. You've got 44 bringing the fleet, 32, which means you have 12 buses now.
Yes.
And you said you don't have any money out there that we could lose, I assume, for the 32?
Yep, so
But
for
what's the 40 million, what's the
Right, so
40 mean?
We've only paid for the ones that we've received. So the original 12 buses were not part of this contract. And correct. Yeah.
So our initial phase one was to purchase 12 electric buses. We received those 2021. Those buses have been in service since November 2021. The additional 32 is a makeup of 30 from the vendor that we mentioned, that's file chapter 11, and 2 from another vendor. 2 buses will be using on our our express routes to Miami. So those 2 will be delivered in September, and the 30 is the one where the vendor
Okay.
we're working with to
And
understand.
what was the
So
$40 million?
The total 40 million is for the 30.
So have we paid 30 million for the total, the 30?
No, of
All
the
right.
12 that we've delivered, accepted, tested, paid. For
Okay.
the 30, we've paid 0,
And for the 2 we've,
paid 0.
but looks like we're gonna get those.
Correct. We don't pay for a bus until the bus is delivered, tested, commissioned, and accepted.
Okay,
Then we pay.
why do we have these other 2? This could be good. But in other words, if you bought 12 from A, and you bought 30 from A and 2 from B, why did we buy 2 from B? And can we have them as a backup?
Correct. Well, 2 from B is a different type of bus. It's what we call an over-the-road coach bus that serves our express service. It's a coach. Opposed to
Smaller
what we
bus.
put- They're big, they're actually 45 feet buses versus 40-foot buses for local service. It's a different type of bus, different type of interior for a longer trip. So it's a coach bus we bought from, and only one manufacturer in the country makes that type of bus. So we bought 2 of those types of buses to use on our electric express
All right,
service
so
to
our
Miami.
exposure is really maintaining the 12 we own from
Correct.
Group A.
Correct, in terms of parts and warranty, because we did do an extended warranty on those vehicles. So we're having to leverage the extended warranty and continue and question them on how we get additional parts for
Thank you.
that existing fleet.
And just to help out with some of the discussion here, Aretha, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the advantage to piggybacking contracts with our counterparts is we get economies of scale there. So we get a better price point than if we were to go out on our own and try it. And we also have greater power in numbers, right? So that's another advantage.
Number of suppliers are really limited anyway.
That's
You don't really have a whole lot of vendors, so
That's true.
piggybacking just really makes
It's very small, the
sense.
space, and even smaller as the buses get bigger. So it's a challenge.
What's the turnaround time, from the point, you place the order, how long does it take, typically to receive the,
Right now, because of supply chain issues, we were at 12 months. We're now at 18
okay.
months and edging towards 24 months. So we're being told the next orders we place, we're going to be at 24 months for delivery of the buses.
Thank you.
Oh, that's great discussion. Thank you. Okay, so the next area that I'd like to talk about is some of the other things that we've done to kind of elevate our customer experience. And so this is relative to our bus shelter and bus stop improvement program, which I believe you're familiar with. So far, this program is estimated about $16 million of Surtax funding. We've installed 253 shelters. 18 are currently under excuse me. 18 are currently under construction. We have 15 pending permits. Also, we have 47 new bus stops that we've installed. 27 are pending permits, and 61 are in design or installation for FY24.
Could you go back there a second and
Sure.
explain the difference between bus shelters and local bus infrastructure?
So a bus shelter has a canopy over it. It's a larger shelter. It has seating and lighting and trash cans, and then the bus stops.
The bus stop typically has a concrete pad that's ADA compliant and a pole, and often you'll see a bike rack and just a trash can and a bench. So that's the difference between the two.
And I assume the money shown there is all Surtax dollars that paid for everything?
Correct,
Thank you.
100%.
Okay. All right, so moving on to some of our accomplishments, additional accomplishments this year. Our ridership recovery pre-COVID is about north of 80%. Right now, our on-time performance with our paratransit service is at 95%. And quite frankly, the service is 100% pre-COVID, and we're a little bit higher. We're really pleased and proud to share with you, and you'll see this in a video shortly, the fact that our Lauderhill Transit Center received a certified LED certificate of gold, which is the only one in the country, and we are the first, which is quite amazing. We also opened our Miramar Park and Ride facility this year. This provides express bus service down to Miami from Miramar, and we partnered with the Florida Department of Transportation to help us with that. We also received multiple awards for our Lake Shift Connect program. I believe you've already seen a video on that, but just in case you haven't, I have one here today. We've increased our media outreach to about, social media outreach and our digital footprint to about 8,000. While, that is a great movement forward, this is an area of growth and opportunity for us because these numbers are, compared to our counterparts in some areas, are a little shy of what they could be. As example, our counterparts to the south, their Twitter account has about 6,000 followers. We're at about 1,000. When you look at links, they're at about 44. These are all Florida transit facilities, and then JTA is about 4,900. And, when you look at Metro and DC, which we're not Metro and DC, but, I'm chasing that rabbit anyway, they're at about 300,000. So, it's relative where we are given our size. However, as you know, we're always looking for ways to improve, and that is the way that many communicate, is through social media platforms. And so we are looking to work on that going forward into 24. And we're actually sending our social media content team, or we have one person right now doing that role, out for some additional training to help us figure out how to grow our audience and have a larger presence on social media. And so this is what happened at an event when we celebrated the Lauderhill Transit Center going gold.
The roads aren't large enough for everyone, so we need to get out of our cars and into mass transit. And people are not going to get into mass transit unless the quality is first rate. And this is a first rate building, a first rate facility, and a way to get people out of their cars.
People a day use this facility. And when we think about transit, we always need to keep in mind that, there are people that rely on us day to day to get to work, to get to school, to get to doctor's appointments, etc.
If you have not been to that location, I encourage you to do so. I've been in this industry longer than I care to talk about, but I have never seen anything as lovely of a facility as that one. I mean, the aesthetics, the play on movement, and the whole feeling when you get there is just unique. And the fact that we were able to work on sustainability in the forefront of the overall design to the extent that we received that gold certification is quite amazing. So I wish I could take credit for that, but that happened way, way before I got here. But it was a great job. Our Public Works Department took the lead on the design and construction oversight on that project. So that was a good collaboration between both departments.
Corey, could you jump back? I saw one thing under your goals had to do with mental health. And I was curious whether that was is that for the drivers to assess the passengers, or what's that for?
Sure. So unfortunately, we have seen across the industry an uptick in operator assaults. And we are not immune to that here in Broward County. Several of our operators, when I first came on board, talked about the concern that they had with people who were exhibiting signs of potential mental illness and wanting to understand how to better respond to those circumstances. And so what we've done is we've put in a training program in place to help people manage through those interactions. What we don't want our operators to do is, obviously we don't want anybody to get hurt, whether it's our operators or our passengers, or even the person that may be exhibiting the symptoms and signs of mental illness. And so we've put this de-escalation training in to help us be able to identify people that we need to treat in a certain way. And so that's in response to that.
Commendable, thank you.
Okay. And then we're not going to play this again. All right. You want to do it again? Okay. The address for the... Oh, yeah, the Lauderdale, it's at the Lauderdale Mall.
On State Road 7,
just north of Northwest 12th Street. Thank you. I'm still learning some things and working my way through the county. Now, this is the ribbon cutting ceremony for Miramar.
We recognize that it's not only an asset, but it's also a responsibility for us to work collaboratively with all of the region stakeholders to ensure that South Florida unites together to be one of the best places to work, live, and play, not just in the state of Florida, but throughout the world. And we have that potential here.
So when we think of this facility, which is absolutely fantastic and beautiful, just think about the people that get on that bus every day. Because every one of them has a story. Every one of them has a purpose. And we take very seriously our responsibility to move precious cargo every day.
3, 2, 1.
So we were fortunate that all the scissors worked that day. Okay, and this is Primo Industry Day. This was a day for us to introduce the Primo plan to potential vendors who might be interested in proposing on some of the projects related to Primo. We extended this to all the vendors in the transit community, as well as our small and community-based and local businesses here in Broward County. And this is how it went. Oh, well, I guess not. All right, this slide is missing here, but we also have, anyway, overall, it was very well attended. We had a lot of good interest from the community. We did have speakers, and we also had folks ask a lot of questions. We had people from our procurement department talk about our procurement process so that everybody could understand how they could engage. We had people from Sandy McDonald's shop talk about how to get registered as a small business and how small businesses can engage. And we also walked them overall through the transit plan. Okay. So this one is particularly interesting also, is because this is a recognition that we received from the State Secretary of Transportation, Secretary Perdue. He came down to Broward County for a meeting with his team, but while he was here, he recognized our team for the support that we gave them during Hurricane Ian. And here's the event.
We want to take a few minutes to recognize one of our very important partners here in Southeast Florida, in FDOT's District 4. As you all know, partnerships, relationships, they are really truly like the heart and soul of everything we do. We would not be successful if it were not for our partners like you who help us accomplish our mission day in and day out. As you all know, Hurricane Ian hit Southwest Florida last hurricane season. It was a devastating storm, one of the worst that has hit Florida's coastline. In District 4 and District 6 specifically, it was very, very difficult for the employees responding to get back and forth to the work site before we had our base camp set up and everything. Broward County Transit jumped in to help us, offered their drivers and their buses to help transport our employees back and forth. We truly could not have done what we did without your help and your assistance. So thank you very much. We have a little plaque to commemorate.
Wow.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. So that particular moment was special because what we didn't know was that our colleagues at the Florida Department of Transportation had reached out to other coach companies and asked them to help with the transport of their employees in a very critical moment for the state. And they all said no. They said that they weren't able to ensure that those buses could get back. They were concerned about whether or not there would be enough petroleum to support the buses, so they opted out. And on a fluke, they reached out to us, and within a half hour, we said yes. So that was quite impressive, I think, of our county administration to step up like that for a partner, because the coach services that we provide, those park and ride locations that I mentioned earlier in the presentation, those are heavily subsidized by our partners at Florida DOT. So we value that relationship, and we're able to help when they needed us, and when they help when we always need them.
That's extremely commendable. I'm just curious, you took buses out of service, sent them over there, did their thing, and I assume we covered the service or didn't need to, or how'd you manage it?
So my understanding is we were fine. The number of buses were, I believe we had enough spares to send. And I think we only sent one bus, right, Tim? Yeah. Yeah. So anything you want to add to that?
No, and also we had larger capacity because of new services.
That's great, commendable, thank you.
Sure. Okay, so one of the things that, I've heard from the readout from the meetings here is that, you're wanting us to do more outreach and more connections with the community, and this part of the presentation is going to speak to that. And so we've had a couple of campaigns this year. Always Going Your Way was a way to try to bring people back from COVID to try us again. Ride with Courtesy is a specific campaign that was developed to address the concerns that I just mentioned about our drivers who were feeling that they weren't being treated with dignity and respect by our passengers. So this was an attempt to help our passengers recognize that our drivers are in their communities and we're just like them, and with the hope of them looking at us very differently than maybe they were currently. And then we wanted to promote our Late Shift Connect, and obviously we had some media running to support the Primo outreach plan. Just to give you some ideas, just for the Always Going Your Way, we had a TV reach of about 5 million people, and with the radio of about 2.9 million people. So whenever I talk about advertising, and have talked about this forever, it's always a question, well, what was return on that investment, right? What did you get? And it's really hard to track that, to be frank with you. And the way we collect our revenue, our ridership statistics, we use our fare box as the gauge for our ridership. We don't have the technology to count people as they board or light the buses as of yet. So we did have it, and there was a decision to forgo those because they weren't operating properly, and we're in the process of re-engaging to get those back in service. So if you want to talk about results, I can talk about in general terms that we saw an uptick in ridership over the period that the campaign ran, but what I can tell you is that it's exactly attributable to the campaign. We certainly hope so, but we'll get better at that over time. And so here's Always Going Your Way.
Serving over 20 million passengers each year, Broward County Transit is putting a whole new meaning to going your way. Every day, we connect you to life and the places that matter most. It's time you rediscovered why you ride BCT.
I ride because it gets me to where I'm going. It's affordable and it's reliable.
For the movers and shakers, it's time you reimagine transit and rediscover your ride. Broward County Transit, always going your way.
Okay. And then this was our Ride with Courtesy campaign.
Every day, our bus operators are working to keep our community moving, creating a culture of respect, and ensuring you enjoy a stress-free and reliable ride is their #1 priority. But it's important to remember that our bus operators are just like you. They're sisters, brothers, daughters, sons, and friends. They are the heart of our public transportation system and deserve your courtesy and respect. Ride with courtesy, because we take this trip together.
Okay, and this is our Late Shift Connect. This is the program that targets folks that are third shift workers who need to get to job and home when our service is not operational.
Working the late shift? Broward County residents, we have the solution for you. Introducing Late Shift Connect, a Broward County transit program providing transportation for late shift workers from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. When the sun sets, we'll be ready to connect. For the hospitality worker, the restaurant worker, the airport worker, the security worker, for you, the late shift worker. Connecting you to your shift. It's time to connect with Late Shift Connect. To learn more, visit www.lateshiftconnect.org.
Okay. And then also, we are wanting to be very good partners in the community. And so, as you know, we do have ad space on our buses through our digital displays. We have the wraps on the buses, as you can see, some advertising. But these are some examples of the PSAs that we put on our digital displays in our system and at our facilities, and then on our buses, reminding people to get ready for the hurricane season, taking caution with the heat advisory that has been issued as of late. It's a concern for many. I don't know if you're getting the alerts on your phones about it, but it's pretty serious. And we've been trying to also alert our passengers to stay hydrated. And then this is the one on the left is about our mental health and making sure that we're paying attention to that. So overall, we've attended 33 community events, 84 Primo events specifically, and we were able to participate in some extent, the Stanley Cup Finals, more to come on that, and then we've been involved with 2 parades thus far. So this is our BCT spirit. So we, the South Florida region, was fortunate to have 2 championship teams this year. We had the Panthers, as you know, as well as the Miami Heat. And so we were able to recognize both the Heat and the Panthers by, as you can see in the middle slide there, the photo there, the Go Panthers message. So we had those on many of our buses. We also had Go Heat so that we could send good vibes to those teams to help them do well. But also, we did, for the first time, offer a service. We expanded our service slightly and allowed people to park at the Government Center West Park and Ride lot on a Saturday so that they could take advantage of riding our bus and getting that experience going to the Panthers game. And it was our hope that we would be able to encourage people to ride as a result of that experience. And so I have a testimonial from some of our riders here, but it's something that we are going to explore further to see if that's something that we can take advantage of for other events of similar nature. And this is something that a lot of cities do around the country when they have big events. I don't know if you're familiar with the Taylor Swift shows, but she's breaking all transit numbers when she comes into town. So hopefully she'll come to Florida Live and we can break our numbers too. But here's the testimony from a passenger that rode the bus. And one of the things I do want to say is this was one of these things that was baked very quickly and then put into service. We were fortunate that the media picked it up and ran with it. So we did get some riders. It wasn't what we were hoping for, but we did have some riders.
So we bought tickets for the game, we were super excited, and then we went to look for parking, and it was all sold out, so then we didn't know what to do, it was super expensive anyway. So we Googled, and then we discovered, lo and behold, you could park here at the Government Center for free and take a bus over. So we weren't quite sure, we drove down, we're new to the area, but it was super easy. We parked, and the bus was waiting here, and there are lots of friendly people helping us, and we can't wait for the game. Go Panthers!
So that was a little bit of a product endorsement, if I can say so. Okay, all right, and this is, so as I mentioned, one of the things that we are also trying to do is get more into the community, take our buses to where the people are, and let them see us. And we've been showcasing our electric buses. We've been trying to promote the Primo plan, get people excited about the premium service coming. And here's an example of our electric buses in action at a community event. What I will say, having been at the event, and what you won't see in the video, is a lot of the enthusiasm about the electric bus. Like, people didn't know that we had gone electric, some people. And so it was really nice to be able to share that with folks and get their heads nodding and thinking about transit and potentially taking a bus. So we were in part of the 4th of July parade this year. And also, as part of our exploration of different equipment, we have had vendors bring their electric buses down so that we can take a look at them in our environment. And one of my colleagues here in Arethia's team thought it would be a great idea to have these demonstration days, and the demonstration days would be for employees to give feedback on the buses, because traditionally what we do is we take them to the bus garage, and all the guys that, you know, and ladies that work on our buses love to see how the bus operates, right? Like they want to tinker with it. And this was more about getting to the human side of bus operations and getting the feedback from our actual colleagues, employees who do not operate buses every day or do not work on them. And we also extended that to the public. So here's what they thought. Bus was not technically out of service. It's just a message that we put out so that no one would get on it by accident. Okay. And then also, in recognition of Juneteenth, we put out a project that one of our staff members had been working on, and it's called Threads. And Threads is about connecting our bus service to key historically significant Black and African American landmarks in Broward County. And so it was, it's been quite the hit. It's actually been picked up by NPR and featured on the NPR, which is pretty exciting. And so this is And then next, we have, as you know, been struggling with finding bus operators. That's been one of the reasons why we're not at 100% in terms of our pre-COVID numbers. We've just had significant shortages for bus operators. Largely, we believe, because the pay is not as competitive as some of our counterparts around the region, plus the fact that overall there is a bus operator shortage in the country. And so we had this event about 2 weeks ago, and interestingly enough, the event started at 9 a.m. We actually had people there at 8 o'clock. We promoted it quite a bit. There were signs on the road talking about the event leading up to the location. It was at the NAACP headquarters, and it was quite an event. So I'm just going to let you see how it went.
Texas, and I was just hired as a DCT bus operator.
So from that event, we hired 52 conditional hires for positions for our bus operators. That class will start on October 2nd. We're really excited. We hope that everybody makes it through the background checks and all the things that we have to go through before they can officially become Broward County employees. But that puts a significant dent in our vacancies if we are successful in bringing everybody through. That's going to take our vacancy for bus operators down roughly about half of what we need there. So please keep your fingers crossed that that works out for us. And then lastly, I just want to kind of close with another parade that we participated in, and then I will open it up for discussion. And this is the Wilton Manors Pride Parade, and I'll show you what happened. That event to introduce our electric bus, but we also had, it was flanked with employees that participated in the parade, and we also handed out information about our hiring needs and the openings that we had at BCT. So it was also an opportunity to do some recruiting as well. So I guess this is a break, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them for you.
Mr. Hooper.
Mr. Chairman, just a comment relative to.
Go ahead, Al.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to get to the end here. I don't know what's happening, but. You're moving it, okay.
Go ahead, Alan. I had recognized Alan, the other, that's okay.
Pardon?
You go ahead.
Okay.
Alan will be next.
I'm sorry. Relative to bus drivers, the school board has problems hiring bus drivers. You have problems hiring, but why don't you consider getting together and do some kind of academy like they do for police and fire? So you've always got a cadre of potential people coming in as drivers that could help both you and the school board.
So that's a great idea, and I'm happy to take that back and see how that could work out. It is, we have to get in the habit of having, to your point, a constant class going, so that, and being on the constant hiring. So our HR team has been doing constant hiring, and we get people coming in, maybe 10 classes at, 10 people per class, but it's not to the extent that we need. So excellent point. And I'll take that back.
Maybe we know somebody at Broward College that could perhaps be an interface to have some kind of interface there.
Happy to bring that back, because I know recently we've gotten some funding to help with truck drivers. And so maybe that could be an added value if they, one way or the other. So certainly something to think about.
Thank you.
I also wanted to know, since I have the floor a little bit, what's the starting salary for bus operators?
So right now, it's livable wage, a little bit north of $16. And we are right now, today, actually, the union, our ATU, is ratifying, hopefully, a new contract. And if that is successfully ratified and our board of directors, or board of commissioners rather, approves the contract, that will go up substantially as the new wage. And I will be happy to share that a little bit later. I just can't talk about it until after it's ratified. But it'll be a significant increase, and we will be competitive.
Oh, good, because I was thinking, what are some of the barriers? Why you're having such a hard time finding? I mean, I figured
Well, there's
salary-
a bunch of them. The salary seems to be the first one. And when I say salary being a barrier, you can do a very different job and make even more than what we pay in some of the retail establishments and restaurants. And so as a result, it's very difficult to operate a bus, deal with passengers, sometimes the stress of driving. There's a lot of reasons why it's, not the most desirable position, especially if the pay isn't commensurate with what you feel mitigates your stress. And so that is a concern. The other concern that we've heard, is the hours, right? And so when you come in as a new hire, you don't have the seniority necessarily to pick the best times to work, and you end up going on extra board in some instances. So we've solved the extra board piece also as part of this labor contract to make that more reasonable for our operators to be on it, and we retain them. And I do think that the other barrier is just people don't know, like they don't understand too what it means to be a bus operator and what some of the benefits can be. We've been trying to tug on people, and saying that we're a greening company and leading into some of the social attributes that, transit offers. But it's a very demanding field, and, we do have a certain process that you have to go through that's mandated by the Department of Transportation in terms of drug and alcohol. You have to pass those tests before you can get hired, and sometimes those can be, washouts, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you.
Phil,
Thanks,
are you finished?
No, yeah.
Thanks,
Okay.
Phil.
I apologize, Alan. I called some people, first name, last name, and I said Alan, so he took it, and I meant you, and I apologize. I'm learning. And
Okay, I'm Alan.
Huh?
Okay.
You're Alan Hooper. He's Mr. Phil Allen, and that's
Yes.
confusing. I apologize.
Yes. That's why we have name cards, so that you can read them.
It's not a matter of that. It's whether I call you by your first name or last name. That's my confusing the issue.
So, the paint job or the wrap that was on that electric bus when you guys were promoting, people were coming in and feeling them and touching them, the black with the tech, that looks like a Tesla to me. And the brand, the BCT typical bus brand is nice, but for the person that doesn't ride a bus, getting on, seeing something like that draws their eye and says, maybe I'll get on that. That looks pretty cool. And so it's just a food for thought.
I can't even sit here and tell you I didn't feel the same way. So, I saw that bus and I thought, wow, that looks great. That's the new flyer that Aretha mentioned. They brought that bus down here, and it's very sleek and very inviting and curious. It makes you curious. What is that? Maybe I will try that. Good point. Thank you.
Mr. Shea.
Mr. Alan Smith. Quick question about the social. So it seems like we have a decent amount of content now. Like, these videos are good. I think people would be interested in seeing them. My question is anyone really seeing them, right? You mentioned that we have 1,000 followers on Twitter. I don't know what the other impressions look like, but this is something that I think we're gonna have to step more fully into and get more visibility, especially as we try and catch the eye of people that are not really paying attention. They're not riding now, but we want them to start to see this in a different way as we're improving the network and that sort of thing. So I just want to make sure that we're doing that, right? Because it's not hard to get a PR company to get us a bunch more followers on Twitter. Like, that's really, really low. And I don't know what the other ones are. So I just want to see that modernized so that we can take the energy and the resources we're putting into this and making sure that the citizens are actually seeing it.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, this is, if I'm not mistaken, I believe our social media unit is one person, by the way, has been in existence for about a year or two, year in August, thank you. So about a year. So we're starting at ground zero. There was some social media presence, but not nearly what it can be. So the potential is absolutely there. Totally agree with you. We understand that we have some deficiencies there, but we also will be working on addressing them. And you're right in terms of there are lots of firms out there that do this for a living, and we'll explore those opportunities as well. I would like to mention, though, that Chanel, who's sitting here in the audience in the blue, she is our content creator for the video, and she works for Lynn and Davika. And Lynn runs our marketing team, and she makes sure that we have the content also that you've seen here. So I just want to recognize them because they've done a great job pulling all this together for you.
And just to hello, thank you. Just to highlight, a lot of those videos are all were used for broadcast. So they were all used across. We purchased digital, radio, television. So they were like $120,000 media buys that, as Corey previously mentioned, reached well over 10,000 or 10 million consumers. So.
Thank you, Lynn.
Okay, that's a good
Mr.
comment based on what I would like to add after Anthea.
Okay. I just want to say, great job. It seemed like you've really made a big uptick in terms of outreach. I also wanted to add an idea. I really think that we should start tapping the faith-based community. We have a lot of faith-based entities all across the county, and I think, they all have their moment during service where they're sharing news and updates, and I think it would be a good idea for us to even offer a couple of free passes or whatever you want to get people to sign up, in terms of their Facebook or however you want to do it. But to use those platforms that are free, essentially, just partnering with some of the faith-based organizations to share information about what's happening in terms of the offerings through the penny tax. Because, I attend the Faith Center, for example, and we have a really big reach. And I'm just seeing extraordinary opportunities there for us to share this information.
I appreciate you sharing that, and we certainly can take all, if anyone has any ideas of who we should be reaching out to, in addition to what you just shared, we're certainly open to it because we do want to promote what we do. We're very proud of what we do, and I do believe we do have a service to offer people. And like you said, the more people that know, and in taking advantage of those kind of micro opportunities and in specific environments are just as powerful as us being on radio and TV.
Right. And share those job opportunities and business development opportunities that exist as well.
Yeah, great.
Just another platform.
Corey, I was looking at your BCT in our community where you've done 33 events, 84 Primo events, Stanley Cup. Tremendous. What was really inspiring to me was when you got into your campaigns, those short, always going your way, ride with courtesy, late shift connections. That was done so well. I just couldn't believe it. And this is probably a bad idea, but it's too bad. That little short four clips couldn't be shown at least every city commission at least once. You're not, maybe that's not enough people. But to find out there's a late shift connection, because I noticed it was really low. I don't know, but those four particular ones are just amazing campaigns, and they need to get out more. I don't know whether it's in front of city commissions or who it's in front of, whether it's faith-based, but those were really very well done and very informative. The other thing I think I heard was, for the first time ever, I can say that Broward County Transit is moving 20 million passengers a year. Is that right? I've been on this board for 4 years, and it's the first time I ever found out how many people were riding the bus. And that's amazing. Now, granted, it's 365 days divided into 20 million is so much average, but that's nice to
A
know.
lot of people, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, we're just a little bit behind schedule, so I wanted to see if you want to try to get through all of the accomplishments from 2023 before we break for lunch. Okay. What I'd like to do at this point is I'd like to invite up to the podium one of our internal, and we have so many talented people. Obviously, Corey just mentioned her team in the marketing department. Over in our Resilient Environment Department, we also have an in-house 3D artist and analyst, Mr. Trujillo, and I'd like to invite he and Mr. McChesney up. Mr. McChesney is our Chief Innovation Officer, and they have volunteered to provide some 3D animation based on input from you all at our retreat last year, asking for us to look for ways to better educate the public about what we're doing underground. So in consultation with and collaboration with our partners over at Public Works Department, they came up with an idea for trying to describe how fiber optics and adaptive signal control and vehicle-to-vehicle and vehicle-to-infrastructure and all of these different aspects of our traffic signal system interact with one another in a way that's meaningful. And I think the animation could even be engaging for younger audiences. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you all.
Great, thank you, and good morning. Actually, this is all Michael's doing, so it's pretty impressive, and I think, Gretchen, you have the control to, so you can watch at your leisure.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there not a controller on the desk anymore?
Oh,
Is it
there
gone?
is.
Okay.
Push green?
Yes, push green.
Okay. I don't think I need to. Here we go. So the intention was to tell the story of a connected network that's engaging and will capture the attention of any of its viewers. The next step is a planned voiceover as well, so that it's not a lot of reading, but you can see just by watching, you get the idea of how this connects and improves transportation throughout Broward County. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. That's going to be playing in our new public Surtax Plaza, along with some other educational videos. So I just wanted to give you a sneak peek while it was still in draft form. At this point, we'll move into the rest of the accomplishments before we take a break for lunch. So we'll give you some program highlights. This is across the entire program. And I just wanted to mention that there are over 300 roadway and transit infrastructure projects that were completed in the first 4 years of this program. So since 2019, we've done over 300 projects. 57 with CBE, Small Business Goals assigned, are expected to create $373 million in business revenue and over 2,300 jobs. As I've mentioned to you in a previous meeting, we were successful in collaborating with the Broward Metropolitan Planning Organization on a Safe Streets and Roads for All grant, a discretionary grant program to create a safety action plan. This is a collaborative effort, as I mentioned, with the MPO, as well as with our internal team. So we have folks from the Public Works Department, Highway Construction and Engineering, our Traffic Engineering Division, and from Matt Broward as well. We've done as you know, you just got your update on Primo, so I won't spend much time on that. Countywide innovative signal system investments are heavily programmed into the earlier parts of the program. As you see, when we talk through our investments and our accomplishments, you'll be seeing that in the rest of this presentation as well. And we've had significant progress towards our 30-year goal of leveraging $2.5 billion of other people's money, non-Surtax funds. You'll see in the presentation coming up that Corey provides that between what transit is assuming as far as non-Surtax revenues, what we already have in the program, what the cities are bringing to their projects, and what Public Works is bringing, we expect to be able to reach that $2.5 billion leverage goal way before 30 years. So it's a very exciting time, and now I'm going to move into the Municipal Surtax program. As you know, the Municipal Surtax program consists of both the Community Shuttle program as well as projects, both capital and rehabilitation and maintenance projects. We've been talking for the last few years about progress towards getting those municipal projects under agreement. I just wanted to mention that third bullet and highlight the fact that over 72% of all of the Cycle 1 municipal projects, both for capital and rehabilitation and maintenance, are currently under agreement. 69, that's the N is 69, and that includes projects that have been bundled together or combined. And the cities have brought almost $45 million of leverage, whether that be city general fund or other grants to the Surtax funded projects thus far. This is just a highlight of some of those municipal project accomplishments. We've had some ribbon cutting ceremonies, both in Davie, Southwest Ranches, Hollywood, Wilton Manors. We have projects in, as you can see, we have 4 projects already completed in the town of Southwest Ranches. And then this gives you an idea of where we are as far as the amount of funding that has been awarded. So almost $97 million for executed agreements. As you will recall, the way that we structure our agreements with municipalities is that we advance funding, they don't spend their own money, and then seek reimbursement. We provide advances. So $37 million has been advanced thus far. Gives you a breakdown across capital versus rehabilitation and maintenance projects. And then you can see over on the right the number of projects by municipality, both completed and under agreement. You've asked previously for us to give you an idea of how the various cities are doing. And this scorecard has a lot of components to it. So I just want to emphasize the fact that if a municipality does not have any projects under agreement, but they have awards, they start with an 8. All cities start with an 8, and then they can move up from there, or they can move down from there based on performance. And performance has a lot of elements, from being under agreement, meeting reporting requirements and other compliance guidelines, as well as other things, schedule, budget, delivery, and whether or not they're meeting their CBE goals.
Mike, can you leave that up a minute?
Sure.
When I looked at this, being from Fort Lauderdale, I got a little discouraged. And I basically said, well, anyone that's on this that's got less than an 8 is, it's disappointing. In other words, they're obviously not performing. And I looked at Fort Lauderdale, and it looks like they're the least performing. And I don't need to go into it today, but the same way we can't get or couldn't get the first rung of people to fill out the forms right, what's going wrong with anyone that's under an 8, and can we do something to get them out of that category? Because there's something that's not working, and I don't know what it is, and you don't need to answer that today. But when you look at that, if you're given an 8, and then people are going up and a few people are going down, so the ones that are under an 8, I would just like you to look harder at and see if we can't get them back on the ball game, because to me, that means we're not doing things as fast and as right as we could. Let me get this right now. Mr. Alan Hooper.
I'm not going to speak to any particular city because I'm not, it's hard for me to read all those cities, but if we've done a lot, okay? And I think we've set up consultants to help. The MPO has done a lot to help. If the city is not performing, then let the cities that are performing get the money. That's the way I see it. And you know, because the proof is in the money. You either are making projects work or you're not. And we've done a lot. And so I don't know what more you can do. It's been a 4-year process. So I don't have any, I don't feel bad for any of the ones that are below 8.
Well, it may be a situation where a lot of the county projects are going into that city and they don't have a lot of requests. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It may be that they don't need as much stuff as other places. It's built out. I don't know, but I would like you to look into it to see why we have cities, looks like 4 or 5 of them, under 8. That's all.
So we intend to bring you back a higher level of detail when we meet on October 20th for our retreat, as we tend to do, so that you can deep dive a little bit more into what makes up these scores. And there are a lot of different factors, including resources, staff turnover. So we'll bring that back to you in October. You're welcome.
Does this scorecard affect the future projects, allocations and qualifications?
Theoretically. So in the Second Amendment criteria for evaluation and ranking that the MPO uses for each cycle, and this is specific to capital projects, if a municipality is applying for funding in an open cycle, this scorecard is transmitted to the MPO Surtax Services team, and the score does create, well, it's quantified with a point value in that evaluation and ranking criteria. It's a secondary criteria, it's not a primary criteria, so it doesn't have a significant weight or impact, but along with other things, it could impact the ability for a municipality to access future funding.
Thank you.
We've also talked for several years about, again, going back to some of the comments from the Oversight Board just a minute ago, trying to streamline the process, create a centralized, dynamic environment where municipalities are receiving notifications and reminders about when reports are due. We're able to communicate with our municipal partners inside of a portal and explain what things are missing and help them as much as we can, as well as capture that information as part of a document management system. And all of the agencies that participate in the Surtax program within the county, as well as all 29 participating municipalities, would have access to that portal. I'm going to turn it over right now to Angela.
Thank you. Okay, so the Office of the County Attorney provides guidance regarding federal and state statutory and regulatory grant compliance to the Transportation Department, Highway Construction and Engineering, and Highway Bridge Maintenance Divisions of the Public Works Department, and to MAP administration. So everything funded with Surtax, and then everything funded with other transportation funds like state DOT funds and federal transit administration funds. We participate in the procurement and solicitation processes and draft the agreements and we participate in the negotiations for the different agencies, and some of the and prepare the contracts of some of the examples of the work that we've done. I guess everything that you've seen in terms of the accomplishments provided by the departments, but some of the contracts are the architectural and engineering professional services for transit infrastructure this year, the design build projects for both the Sheridan Street Bridge elevation, raising the bridge, and the design build for the Sheridan Street Expansion that Tony Huey talked about earlier. We work on that. The BCT electrification program, so the charging infrastructure, design and construction of the different infrastructure improvements, as well as dealing with the electric vehicle issues. I got the petition, the Chapter 11 petition for Proterra that we're going to talk about on when we meet later this week. The adaptive traffic control fiber optic system with Public Works Department. Let's see what else. The stormwater drainage improvements, especially those in the Broadview Park area where the drainage issues are being addressed, and we receive both flood mitigation, CDBG, flood mitigation funding through the DOT as a subrecipient under of federal funds. So we have the grant agreement, we have the agreement with DOT, and the agreement for the professional services that will go into that project. The general engineering consulting contract for the rail that's currently pending. For professional services, the near-miss traffic incident identification system agreement, that traffic study, microtransit, community shuttle, late shift connect, paratransit, and the municipal project agreements. So just to name some of the stuff that we do. Thanks. And I have been remiss, where's Gavin? Please come up, Gavin. So I realized recently, and I'm sorry, you want to go to the podium so that they can see you? Gavin comes to our meetings. It was mentioned to me that they never see, I'm the only lawyer I'll ever see. He's in the audience. He's here. Joe has a longer commute, and he's remote most of the time. He lives in Miami. H has also been here, but this is Gavin Reinhardt, and he's very instrumental in getting all of this stuff done. He has an engineering degree. He's an engineer, and he's also a lawyer, and he handles all of this, these especially public works projects. You want to comment, Gavin?
Sure, yes. So I've worked on the interlocal agreements with municipalities, as Gretchen discussed. I've done a lot of work on the agreements that Angela just went over, the subrecipient agreement, the stormwater, the Sheridan Street Expansion Project, and the bridge, the Sheridan Street Bridge, increasing the height, and a lot of other agreements that were discussed earlier today. My engineering degree was in civil engineering, so I did roadway design for a year before going to law school. So I do have a big interest in the types of projects done throughout the county.
He's an integral part of what we do, and we value and appreciate Gavin. Thank you, Gavin.
Thank you.
And H and Joe, they just happen not to be here right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gavin.
I guess it's time for lunch. Do we need a motion to temporarily adjourn or what?
I'd like a
No, it's
motion
not an
that they turn
adjournment.
down the
We're-
air conditioning.
Yeah, it's
Or,
recess.
Turn it up.
We
We
recess.
have requested that the air be turned up. And for those of you that are having lunch with us, it's in the back, so please come around. It's in
It's
the,
in a warm room.
it's warmer than here.
Oh, I guess we're, no, oh, a break.
It's freezing.
What time? Please share what time we're going to return. How long is the break, the lunch break?
All right, Executive Chairman, what have we got over here? Executive Director. We are ready to restart the break to item 2, FYI 2024 budget request. And in order to make sure we get through this expeditiously, am I correct that we require no action from this board? This is informational only? So we don't have to take any votes or anything like that?
That's correct. There are no action items during the workshop. So the action items were taken during the regular meeting portion this morning, right? And then for the workshop purposes, it's just the presentation and information, and actual action items will be addressed on Friday.
Ah, so it'll be a way to keep me quiet today. Thank you very much. All right, I think we're ready to go. Number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as we tend to do, we'll give you just kind of some context around the program before we get into the specific fiscal year 2024 requests by the various departments and agencies. So this goes back to the conversation earlier about the level of investment that is occurring within our municipalities. And I just want to make sure that folks note the fact that these are investments that can be quantified geographically. So you don't see things like transit service, planning, studies, but what you do see are a lot of transit infrastructure, public works, and municipal projects that are making up the dollar value and the volume of investment per municipality that you see here. Then we'll get into a zip code level analysis as we do. The zip codes that are highlighted in kind of a light pink indicate the 10 most historically under-invested in zip codes based on household income and other factors. What you can see here is that those big blue bubbles indicate a high level of investment in a particular zip code. That can be due to county projects, municipal projects, transit projects, or a combination of all three. We have reduced our level of investment in what we consider our disadvantaged zip codes a bit, from 21.5% last year down to 18%. But again, when you look at life-to-date investment, I think these things tend to They tend to come out in the wash, as you could see in the previous slides. And when we're looking specifically at a fiscal year, I don't think it's necessarily the broadest picture. You see the same thing again by municipality. This is proposed projects and proposed expenditures in the upcoming fiscal year. You'll notice that there are some very large construction projects. I did want to just quickly go back and emphasize the second bullet. 98% of all municipal projects that are programmed for funding in fiscal year 2024 will be in their construction phase for the first time in the program's short history. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Huey, and he's going to walk through the specific Public Works Department 2024 budget requests.
Good afternoon. The next topic of a discussion is the Public Works requests for the FY24 budget. And this is just a quick summary of our investment to date for the entirety of our program. And the next slide here goes into what we're requesting for FY24. In summary, the amount of money that we're asking for in FY24 is $92.5 million of budget. And it's broken down into the categories that I think we have talked about before. These are the same categories, as an example: adaptive signal control, fiber optic network throughout the county, capacity expansion, improving our intersections to remove some of the bottlenecks, drainage replacement, a big topic in the last couple of years or so with the climate change and the effects that we're seeing from it with flooding in our neighborhoods, repairing of bridges, mass arm conversions. So it's a similar type of groups of projects that we have discussed in the past. I'm going to go through and in some degree of detail these projects and how they all add up together into the $92.5 million. I took a look at the presentation. I realized once again that I have probably the most slides among all of the presenters. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to go through some of them quicker than others. Those that don't have significant changes from what we had previously anticipated, I'll go over them a little quicker. For some of them that have a little bit more detail that I want to make sure that the Oversight Board is aware of, I'm going to spend a little bit more time on them. And I'm also going to highlight some of the projects that we have been able to obtain some grant funding on, which is, able to leverage some of the surtax and some of these things. So it'll be a very similar type approach to what we have done in the past. And so with that, let me get started on what makes up the $92.5 million of proposed expenditures. Okay, so I'm going to start with the adaptive project. This is the adaptive project on Pine Island Road, and by the way, it's the same format as you've seen in the past. On the left part of it is a summary of what we're asking for, what the difference is from what we had anticipated from the previous year, explanation on it, both in terms of the schedule and the budget, and then finally at the bottom is the actual amount of dollars that we're asking for, and whether it is for design or whether it is for construction. And just on the right-hand side of the slides is just the location of the project and some of the items that we plan to be doing as part of the project. So this one, Pine Island Road, no big change. There's some minor changes to update it, reflects to the current budget condition, $2.2 million that we're asking for construction. So next project is the adaptive project from the US 1 Adaptive Signal Control Project. And in this project, we're actually able to work with FDOT. They're doing some of the work on the northern part of the US 1. We're able to coordinate with them, and we're actually able to reduce some of the scope that we had originally planned on doing. So this is actually a reduction in the amount of money that we had originally anticipated that we need to spend on it. So $9 million of construction is actually about slightly over $1 million less than what we had originally anticipated because of our continued coordinated effort with FDOT, which, by the way, we've been working very well with them. We work with them on a number of projects other than this one, both in terms of road projects, but also in some of the technology projects, and they've just been a really good partner working with us on it. Fiber project, F16, we're starting the design of an additional fiber project. We actually have a number of fiber projects that are going on. The fiber backbone that we want to build for the entire county is progressing very well, and this is one of the first elements that we want to implement in our Surtax program, so we can create a backbone not just for traffic signal control, but also with regards to buses and some of the newer technology that they will be implementing as we go forth into the program. Intersection improvement project, Knob Hill and New River Greenway. This is a continuation of another a project that we recently finished, and I showed a diagram of it, a picture of it earlier on Flamingo Road, and this is a continuation of that project. Slight increase in construction dollars. This is US 1, the intersection in Johnson Street, and we're going to be installing additional right turn lanes to release or relieve a congestion in that area. RO1 this is Pine Island Road, and this is one project that I do want to spend a little bit more time talking about. And so let me just go through it a little bit. It is a project to expand Pine Island Road. This is another one of the projects where it is on a county road. There is room, there's right-of-way available for expansion. Traffic is getting close to the capacity point, so we have a good opportunity to increase the capacity of that. It's a 2-mile roadway, and it's going to be increased from 4 lanes to 6 lanes. There's going to be multi-purpose path for both bicyclists and pedestrians on both sides of the road. And we have actually had very good input, both from the town of Davie, and we also have had a number of community meetings and receive and solicited and received input from the community. So we feel pretty good about the project in terms of where it's going and how we're starting to implement it and so forth. So, and the issue that I want to make sure that you guys or the board is aware of is that we're right at the moment, we're at the 60% design stage. We're not complete yet, but the design has gotten far enough that we've identified a number of things in addition to what we originally had anticipated. So some of the additional scope items that we've identified is that the road itself, like anyone who has driven past that will probably remember there's a canal on the east side of Pine Island Road in that stretch there. So there's extensive muck that was identified. We're going to have to install some geotextile fabric to stabilize the area before we can utilize and construct and expand the road. There's drainage permits, extensive drainage permitting that will require. Number of culverts and outfalls are going to be installed to manage the drainage of the road. Some additional right-of-way is going to have to be built into the canal, so there'll be some bulkheads that are going to have to be installed before we can start filling it and expanding the roadway. It is going to, because of the increase in the number of lanes and also in accordance with the county's noise wall policy, that this road is eligible, and some of the residents are interested in, and the town is also interested in, is building some noise walls as a mitigation for some of the neighborhoods. A good idea in some of the areas. And then also archaeological sites have also been identified along Pine Island Road that we're going to have to deal with as a first step in our construction prior to doing the full construction and expanding the road. So with all of these items identified, we don't know exactly what the costs are yet, but these are additional scope that we're going to have to deal with, that we're going to have to incorporate. And then as part of that, what we realize is that with all the different things going on, instead of building a 2-mile section at the same time, it's better for the residents that we build 2 1-mile sections and separate it so that it minimizes the impact on the residents during construction. So we've spread it out. We've spread it out over the 5-year plan. We don't have the final cost estimate yet, obviously, at this point. And then once we get the final estimate, when we have a better handle on the exact amount of cost, we may come back to the board and have a discussion, with you about that. So I want to make sure that this project is in progress, that this is where we're at. We identify key enough items that I want to make sure the board is aware of before we continue to proceed on it. So,
Tony, Mr. Fraser has a question.
Yeah, sure.
Just one question, and it may pertain to all of the rest of them. I noticed in a number of these photographs there are a lot of trees. And in the next photograph of the improvements, I don't see any trees. Are y'all contemplating replacing some of this landscape?
Yeah, we do. And what we try to do in a number of these projects, and we actually spend some time on this project with the neighborhoods, is discussion on where to keep trees, how to maintain them, and so forth. So some of the trees that we try to maintain, wherever possible, we try to do it. And then if not, we relocate them, and we relocate them if it's possible and elsewhere in the vicinity, or we mitigate for it. But yeah, we do that in cooperation with our own the county environmental folks, so to make sure that we're not going in there and just removing trees without consideration of the beneficial impacts, beneficial effects, I should say.
Alejandro, you have your hand up?
Yeah. So maybe a couple of things, a couple of questions. So in the already widened portion that is closer to 595,
right.
There are painted bike lanes, and so the transition will be to convert into multi-use paths?
In this project, they will be multi-use path on both sides of the road. Yeah, I think when we went into our community meetings, we had a couple of them. The neighborhoods were overwhelmingly in favor of multi-use path versus bike lanes. And so that's what we'll be doing on both sides of the road as part of this project.
Yeah, I think that's great. Just because obviously the painted bike lanes are a lot less safe. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is that is there any consideration for the increased risk for pedestrian accidents? Because right now it's well, how many is it? It's well, on the widened section, there are 3 on each side, and obviously if you have 2 turning lanes, there's an increased risk for someone to get hit. And the reason I mention that is because my neighbor was actually hit about 2 years ago, and she died at that intersection. So it's something that's, and by the way, I live near here, so I'm on this road all the time, and that's just something that I have to bring up because that's a real world thing that widening the other section will bring about.
Mm-hmm. So when we get into the design of these roadways, when we expand these roadways, safety is always a key consideration in how we do, these projects. We make sure the geometrics of the intersection, we make sure all of the turn lanes are available, we make sure that all of the traffic signals are adjusted if they need to, replaced if they need to make sure that they're visible to the public. And then we also make sure that the timing of it is appropriate, that it takes someone a little bit longer to walk across 6 lanes rather than 4 lanes. So we make sure that the timing is adequate, that people can safely walk across the roadway when they need to and so forth. So I'm sorry to hear about your neighbor, and but certainly in terms of safety considerations, that's one of the top foremost things that we do, and then that we take into consideration. And we have had that discussion with the public in the public meetings, and we want to make sure that we create a safe environment for everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. So that's a key a project, and again, I just want to make sure that the board is aware of it, and potentially, depending on the cost, we will come back and talk to you more about it as we go forth. So the next project is the Port Bypass Road project, and this is a new project. It is a project that is located on the east side of town in the city of Fort Lauderdale. If you look at the map here, the north-south gray, the brown roadway is US 1. The top of it is US 17, the horizontal line is US 17. And the Port Bypass Road essentially goes from the intersection of Spangler and US 1, goes around and enters into Eisenhower on the port, into the port area right there. And I have a better map that shows it a little bit, and it's actually, this road itself is a multi-agency method, multi-agency approach to reduce the congestion in this area in here. Anyone who has driven in this part of town, probably, no matter what time of the day, realizes how congested it is on US 1 and then also on 17th Street. So there's a number of efforts that are being done, of which the bypass road highlighted in yellow in this diagram here is one part of. The blue line at the top, a horizontal blue line on the top, is US 17. The vertical blue line on the left side of the diagram is US 1. We, along with FDOT, are working on adaptive signal control projects on both of those roadways to help maintain and manage traffic there. The green area just to the intersection with US 1 is actually one of our Surtax projects, an intersection improvement project, at US 1 and Spangler to improve that intersection. The current configuration of that intersection, it's creates an issue with traffic signaling. We're actually improving that. Construction of that is underway right now. So the bypass road goes around in the yellow, and then the northern part of it is expanding the remaining portion of Eisenhower Boulevard to tie it into tie it to 17th Street. So this is sort of like the whole plan and approach, multiple projects to improve that congestion in an area, and it's also going to help promote the Convention Center Hotel that's being constructed right now. So that all kind of ties in together. It's a multi-agency effort. It's a great project. But instead of me telling you about the project, the best way is for me to show you what that project is. And we have video prepared of it, and I'm going to bring that up next. And just so you know, in terms of orientation and what you'll be viewing on the video is that we're going to be starting on on the diagram that you're looking at here. We're going to be starting at the left end of it, right where that US 1 and State Road 84 intersection is. So we're going to be starting with that, and then we're going to be traveling across the yellow highlighted bypass road. And I think once you see that, you can see the project much better than how I can describe it. Okay, so this is the video. This is the US 1 and Spangler intersection, and we're going to be traveling east on it.
The Port Bypass Road project begins just east of the intersection of US 1 and State Road 84. Roadway users traveling eastbound will be able to access Port Everglades through a new security checkpoint, or alternatively access the Port Bypass Road connecting directly to Southeast 17th Street and the Convention Center. The Port Bypass Road Bridge will span over an at-grade roundabout that provides full access to all the fuel farms and all other port tenants. The project improvements have been designed with consideration of the cargo and tanker truck traffic volumes that use all of the port's roadways. The Port Bypass Road, located within the port's secured right-of-way and separated by barrier and fence, provides a direct connection to the Convention Center and Port Everglades Terminals 2 and 4. This roadway eliminates the need for motorists to pass through the port's security checkpoints. A service road that connects to the roundabout will be constructed to the north and west of the proposed Port Bypass Road and will provide access to the northern port tenants and fuel farms. The bypass roadway turns north as it approaches Eisenhower Boulevard. Minor roadway modifications along Eisenhower Boulevard will allow for the existing security checkpoint to remain at its current location. The bypass roadway ends at the intersection of Eisenhower Boulevard and Southeast 20th Street. Additional future long-term projects in the area include the Airport Seaport Convention Center LRT, which consists of a public light rail transit facility between the Fort Lauderdale Airport, Port Everglades, and the Convention Center. A multi-story garage connected to the Convention Center and transit facility by a pedestrian bridge will increase parking capacity for both the Convention Center and all Port Everglades terminals. The new garage will also be interconnected to the existing Heron parking garage by a vehicular bridge. The first level of the garage will serve as the marshalling area and will be accessed by an entrance and exit at the ground level on the south side of the parking structure. There are 2 entrances and 2 exit ramps that will connect to the bypass road and Eisenhower Boulevard. These transit and garage projects are currently in the early planning stages, and their schedules will be determined at a later date once the planning stage has been completed. Implementation of these infrastructure projects will boost Broward County's chief economic engines by improving mobility and expanding tourism capacity for Port Everglades, the Greater Fort Lauderdale-Broward County Convention Center, and the Fort Lauderdale-Hollywood International Airport, generating economic growth for Broward County for years to come.
So That's the bypass road project. It's an exciting project. It's a complex, but it's a great project for the county. And where we're at is the design of it is completed, and we're planning on advertising it in about a week or two. And so what the bypass road does have to do is that it has to be open prior to November 2025, before the final completion of the hotel.
Phil, do you have a question? Comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This project or projects, when you layer them one on top of the other, are going to be a very significant improvement for not only the port, the airport, but the county and the convention center. And it's something that, you started off your presentation saying this is a new project. Well, it's only new as it relates to the funding request here in the budget, but it has been kicked around now for over 15 years.
Right.
After we had to close the port to traffic after 9/11. And a lot of people used that road, the port, as a quick access to the beach. But that didn't fit the security, so you had to have a development. And then comes along the proposal to build a hotel there at next to the convention center. Well, of course, the city was concerned about what that was going to do relative to the traffic on 17th Street and that whole corridor there. I guess what I'm saying is I am extremely concerned about what the level of coordination that's going to be required for this project. I mean, it's a port project, but it's also a traffic project. It's a pre-number to the people mover with the airport. You've got all the petroleum for South Florida comes through that port, and that whole area there that is being disturbed here is a Superfund site. So you add all of that together, and I'm concerned that that there needs to be one entity that is responsible for the overall project coordination. I don't know who that is. I don't know if the county at this point in time has defined that. Is that mass transit? Is because of the people mover? Is it the port because of the petroleum? Is it the airport vis-a-vis the people mover? So is there a plan in place to shepherd this project from this point forward?
Mr. Allen, you're absolutely correct. This is a very complex, complicated project. We're just seeing one component of it, one piece of it. The county administration is actually taking the lead in terms of coordinating all of our agencies, including Public Works, Mass Transit, and the rail, and the airport and the port. So all of us have been, all of us are coordinated, but we're all coordinated through the assistant county administrator level in terms of making sure that people are doing the right thing, the right places, and things are happening, not just from the engineering standpoint that we're personally excited about, but also from the financing standpoint and so forth, and, making all the arrangements and all the interrelationship with the hotel and so forth. So it is being coordinated, I think, I know at the highest county, administration level to make sure all of the issues are being resolved and taken care of as we go along.
So I just wanted to remind you, Phil, that you had asked that someone from the port be available to speak to some of these coordination issues if needed. And I do believe that we may have a representative from Port Everglades on the line, but I just need some confirmation whether or not Mr. Wiltshire is on the line. He is. Okay. He is on the line if you do have specific questions.
Glenn, this is Phil. The ongoing as it relates to the petroleum, it's my understanding that the state has in the past been collecting a fee on behalf for all the flowage of fuel as it relates to potential, well, the existing Superfund site and whether there may be money available from that to do some of the mitigation efforts that's necessary for the relocation of the petroleum lines. Is that correct?
Could I ask Public Communications to, there we go, thanks.
Sorry, there's a delay on my audio, so.
Oh, okay.
I'm hearing it twice, actually, but when I turn one off, it goes silent on both, so no, thanks for that question. Thanks for that question.
Glenn, are you able to respond to the question with respect to
Yeah.
petroleum mitigation funds?
Yes, so we have been working, as Mr. Allen indicated, we've been working with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for many, many years over the
I think it's cutting out.
I'm sorry, we're
Yes,
having.
so sorry there's a delay here, so we'll sort of work through it. So, as I said, we've been working with Florida Department of Environmental Protection for many years over the petroleum contamination within the port. We actually have designated locations within the corridor of the bypass road, and we've looked at those three of the areas where the bypass road will be along Spangler Boulevard, have already been fully assessed and identified by FDEP as requiring no further action. As you get farther to the east and then at the corner of Eisenhower, Spangler Boulevard, there is some contamination there that's on the adjacent oil terminal, but we've been working very closely with the Public Works Department as Tony can attest, the alignment of the bypass road has been adjusted a number of times to address potential conflicts with petroleum pipelines as well as contamination in the area. So I think, we've got it to a point here where I think we're all on the same page, and this project's ready to move forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Glenn. That's basically, the coordination of all those projects and all of these interrelationships here, we and the county need to pay attention to that going forward. That's all I had to say.
Tony, I would be remiss in not saying that, first of all, it's a great project, and that's a great comment. This project is a county project, but it's really in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And even though the city of Fort Lauderdale hasn't had a lot of success at creating city projects, when I looked at the expenditures, Fort Lauderdale was #1 because you're adding the county and the city. So again, I think this is good news for all of us.
Yep.
And as it's been talked about and needed for a long time, but I did want to just mention that they might be last on one schedule, but they're first on another one. Thank you.
So this project is leverages with funding from multiple sources. The Broward County gas tax contributes a significant part of it, but also want to point out that FDOT is also contributing $11.5 million to the project, and the request in our FY24 budget is $17.5 million from the surtax. So,
Congratulations on that matching.
yeah. We've been pretty successful in terms of getting matching funding from FDOT, so we're pretty pleased about it. So the next project that we have is the D104 Broadview Park BMSD drainage improvement projects. The board may remember that we discussed this project about a year and a half ago. This is a $5 million Broward County contribution that is serving as a leverage for roughly $16.7 million of grant funding. Previously, the board approved $500,000 of it to initiate the initial study and work. This is the remaining $4.5 million that's part of our $5 million commitment for, to leverage the state grant funds. 56th Street project. It is a project of an existing bridge that needs some structural modification and improvement work. And we actually moved this project up a little bit from our original plan because we were able to obtain a $2.75 million grant funding for the construction of it. So the timing of it is with the grant funding being available, we want to move the project up so we can make sure we can take advantage of the funding availability. And the request is for $1 million to initiate the design of the project at this point. Lyons Road resurfacing, slight increase from our original estimate, $5.7 million in our budget request for design and construction. 19th Street resurfacing is a new project, is the second of two new projects that we have in this proposal, in our proposed budget. And it will include resurfacing, median lighting improvements, ADA and siding and pavement marking and so forth. And it will be the funding availability is that we were also able to obtain approximately $1.7 million from the MPO for this project. Massarm, Rock Island, and Kimberly, slight adjustment to cost to reflect current market conditions. Same for Palm Avenue and Johnson Street, $1.17 million request for construction. And Knob Hill at Cleary, $1.13 million request for construction. And another mass on 19th Street project and Northwest 24th Street. And this project, $1 million for construction, is we're actually going to be implementing together with the project I just mentioned a couple slides ago that we obtained the grant funding on. At Knob Hill Road at Northwest 44th Street, starting with $190,000 for design of this mass on conversion. 62nd Street and Northeast 18th Avenue, and this project is going to be combined together with a minor drainage sidewalk project, S25, and then also an intersection I-103 project. They'll be combined together for implementation, and the request is $90,000 for the design of this as one component of those three projects. Atlantic Avenue Massarm, $180,000 for design. And Miramar Parkway at Fairmont, $170,000 for design. And all of these projects are going to be able to assist us in terms of our mitigation against wind damage going forth into the future. So the next one is lighting project, Broadview Park. What this project will do is lighting within this one and the next one together, L10, is we're going to be able to implement them together in conjunction with the Broadview Park drainage project that I mentioned earlier. So all of this work will be done at the same time, minimizing impact to the public. And we have already included, or took into consideration, that we'll be able to work together with FP&L on the lighting. So the actual cost of that is going to be, we're going to be able to optimize the costs and take advantage of some of the existing capabilities that the FP&L network already has. L10, I just mentioned, excuse me. L11 is roadway lighting from Griffin Road, on Knob Hill Road, from Griffin to Whispering Pines, about $50,000 for design. And L12, Nob Hill Road from Northwest 55th to Commercial, $30,000 for design. Again, Nob Hill Road, south of Miramar Parkway in the southern part of our county, $40,000 for design. This is Cypress Creek Drainage, S25. We actually advanced this project because of issues that residents complaints that we have received on some of the roadways in this area here. And then it is going to be performed together with some of the other projects that I mentioned, such as M48 that I mentioned earlier. And the request is for $300,000 for the design of this project. The next group of projects are our school zone projects, and these are for the construction of projects that you had previously approved the design, the funding for the design of. This is about approximately $2 million for construction, about 8 schools. The next group of projects are additional school zone projects now that we want to initiate the design of in the next fiscal year. So it's about $460,000 for design. So in summary, 32 projects that had cost increases totaling $7.3 million. There are 2 new projects that I described to you, and both of them have been leveraged with grants. 1 project saw a project decrease, 6 projects had no change, and the total impact on the Public Works FY24 program is about $30 million. Any questions that I can answer?
Tony, I have a quick one on our designs. These all designs are put out to bid for design, et cetera?
Yeah, most of it is done by consultants working for us.
How many consultants are on that bid list?
We have consultant agreements. We have 4 or 5 consultants. We also put them out for bid. So we have a number of consultants that are working for us. I don't know exactly the number right off the top.
Thank you. Any other questions of Tony?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next up is the Transportation Department. We'll invite General Manager Corey Cuff-Lonergan back to the podium to go through the 24 budget requests.
Hi, everybody, again. It's been so long. So I'm here to present our look ahead for the 24 fiscal year and the requests that we put in for the surtax. And so our requests are in 4 major categories. The transit ways represent our Primo program, the light rail transit, and the bus rapid transit. The transit includes our paratransit, fixed route service, high capacity vehicles, planning studies, and our PDP and the COA. I'll talk about those a little bit more in a minute. And then we have our transit infrastructure projects. Interestingly enough, we're not only talking about transit, we're also talking about IT infrastructure here. And it includes bus stop improvements, IT projects, bus shelters, maintenance facilities, and electrical infrastructure to support our growing fleet, and then our commuter rail project. The total ask for the year is 20, I'm sorry, I wish it were 20, but it's, I guess you probably too, right? The total ask is 26 million. And complementing that is a estimated 222 million for non-local support. So let's talk about transit ways, please. First, here we have our LRT, our light rail transit, and our bus rapid transit. Essentially, we're talking about PD&E, in case you don't know what PD&E is. I had no clue what it was when I came here either. It's an acronym that means Planning, Development, and Environmental or project development and environmental. We called it something else, everybody calls it, but it can be like conceptual engineering, conceptual design, all alternative names for that, so how you're gonna develop your project. And the environmental piece is the NEPA. That's the National Environmental Protection Act. I'm sharing this with you. You may already know this, probably many of you do, but I just wanted to reinforce that this is a very important effort that we have to do, both to meet the state requirements. When we do any kind of state-funded projects, there's an element of environmental protection awareness and requirements. And then, obviously, if we do anything with the Federal Transit Administration, the Department of Transportation, which is, as you recall, perhaps, with the Primo program, we are anticipating that we're going to have a 25% local contribution, 25% state contribution, and then a 50% federal contribution. So it's always important to keep in mind that the NEPA is required because it's a federal mandate. And, you know, this is looking at wildlife studies, all kinds of environmental stuff that might, socioeconomic impacts, things like that on a project to an existing community. So for this, we will be using about $22 million to support the Airport, Seaport, and Convention Center connection, and then also doing downtown Fort Lauderdale Airport, Seaport, and Convention Center for PD&E as well. So the total ask there is roughly $30 million. And then likewise for BRT, we're looking at Oakland Park Boulevard only, and the ask there is roughly $2 million. For the system planning and design, and then the environmental analysis is about 3.7 for a total request of 36.4 million. For the transit category, this is the fun one. This category.
Chairman, could we go back to?
Oh, sorry.
That slide.
Oh, sure can.
Why are you breaking down the PD&E studies between the Airport, Seaport, Convention Center, and then you add the downtown Fort Lauderdale? I mean, why are there two separate studies? Shouldn't that be, I mean, are they done in phases?
Yeah,
or?
so they are going to be done in phases, and that's the difference. And
you could find yourself with an approved environmental as it relates to the Airport Seaport connector, but not have an approved project for downtown.
So there's an and I'm going to bring Aretha up here probably to help me with this. There is a item called independent utility, which in this case the Airport, Seaport, and Convention Center is a standalone project. So if we never do anything else, that's a standalone project. However,
there was a PD&E study done up to a certain point.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know,
so let me have
10 years ago.
Oh, there was?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Didn't know that.
Hello again. I think you hit it on the nail on the head.
What?
You got it. You have it right.
Oh.
And what Corey expressed is correct. We're trying to establish independent utility for the alignment as we build the light rail transit segments. So Airport, Seaport is budgeted separately. As we move out of the convention center by the hotel, we go on to what we're calling the downtown connector between the airport project and get it onto Broward Boulevard, which is another segment. So those two segments are what's budgeted here for 2024. The 22.8 million associated with the Airport, Seaport, PD&E efforts, and then the 7.6 million.
Does that include the termination of the mode of transport? What is the technology? I mean, are we already fixed on light rail as being the alternative? I mean, or is that something subject to the study?
Well, we have already identified the mode as light rail transit. So coming out of the people mover to the intermodal center at the airport, we will pick up into a light rail transit, taking that mode all the way out through to the airport, the Seaport Convention Center, out to Southeast 17th Street and out to the rest of the county. So that mode will be light rail transit, correct.
Okay. again, my comment that went back to highway development as it related to the bypass is equally important here with this project.
Agreed.
This is a significant project that will have major impacts throughout the county. And the coordination of that activity is something that's going to have to be a monitor, constantly monitored to make
Correct.
sure they're all interfaced.
Correct, and we've been working with our colleagues in Public Works, and they have been an integral part of the planning efforts to date on this, and they'll continue. We actually have a meeting scheduled with them for next week to
But
talk
then
about.
you've also got aviation department
Correct,
that's
and
going to be.
we do meet monthly with the aviation team also on this to coordinate what they're
But
doing
now
on the
they are
people
taking they have a separate study as it
Correct.
relates to the
in the model
airport.
center. Correct.
Yeah,
piece
and
of it.
their agency of record that they have to be
FAA.
is the FAA, so ours is different. But to the earlier comment that was made in terms of the coordination, I mean, these projects are mega projects, right? And they do require a lot of care and feeding and the right level of oversight and coordination. And we don't want to be on top of each other. And quite frankly, if we're in each other's way, nothing gets done.
Right.
So Kevin Kelleher, as mentioned
Kevin,
earlier,
okay.
is our senior county administrator who's been working with all the teams, coordinating everything for us.
So I know what Kevin's going to be doing for the next 5 years.
There he is. And it
Anything
might
else
be
before I move
helpful,
on? Angela?
it might be helpful to note that the airport Seaport connector will kind of circulate from the airport convention center, Seaport Convention Center, then back to the airport, right? It's not a terminus at the convention center that will then go downtown. There will be a connector that will go downtown, and the one that's for downtown is going to be informed by a study that's being conducted now among the county, the city of Fort Lauderdale, and the MPO with regard to whether one-way pairs will work in the city of Fort Lauderdale, which will impact the route for the downtown connector. The city of Fort Lauderdale wants to study whether Andrews and Third Avenue can be one way in each direction. And there'll be recommendations that come out of that, and those will inform this other process. So whether that one-way, the one-way pairs get implemented will inform the PD&E for that downtown phase. So it will be done as a connector to the other system that could be a standalone system. It's not dependent upon the Fort Lauderdale, the system going into Fort Lauderdale, if that makes sense.
Yep, Angela is correct. The study that she's mentioned is ongoing, and will definitely inform some of what we do on the transit side. We'll take the results of that study and we'll feed that information and data and information collected there into the PD&E, Project Development and Environmental, that we'll do for that corridor to assist in the finalization of the alignment from Southeast 17th up either Andrews and 3rd onto Broward Boulevard. Correct.
And I just want to say, from an operations planning perspective, thank you, Aretha, that's great. Thank you, Angela. From a transit perspective and operations planning perspective, you want your passengers to have one-seat rides. The more transfer you have, the less likely someone's going to choose your service. And so because of that, this light rail vehicle eventually has an opportunity to go all the way out to Sawgrass Mills Mall, although the primary operations plan will be between the three touch points: Seaport, Airport, and Convention Center. So it's more of a kind of a circular from that perspective. Okay, move on to the next one. All right, the transit plan, this one represents our fixed bus routes, our high-frequency bus service, transit vehicles, and our planning studies. The first three are all equipment-based, and here we're looking at $60 million for fixed-route buses, and then for the complementary service of our high-frequency buses, as I mentioned, That's going to come live in 2026, so it's important that we procure those buses. We are still under that cloud of concern regarding electric equipment vehicle availability. So the reality is, will we be able to spend all this in FY24? I don't know the answer yet, but we certainly should have the money available to do so as we navigate through these procurement hurdles that we talked about in the previous presentation. The paratransit equipment, here we are looking at a total of 62 new vehicles. 18 of them are for expansion. And if you recall during the previous presentations in terms of accomplishments, talked about the fact that our paratransit service is above pre-pandemic levels. So we do have a need for an expansion of that service. And so 18 vehicles will help with that. And then we have 44 replacements. These are vehicles that have entered their useful life and they need to be replaced. And that is a DOT requirement that we keep up with those replacement requirements. And then we have the two studies that are of particular interest here, which is the Transit Development Study and the TPD, and then the Comprehensive Operational Analysis. Both of these are intended to help us answer the mail in terms of our 10-year look ahead with the TDP, but the COA is looking at today, the next 5 years, and looking at our service delivery, whether it's what it should be from a fixed route perspective, should it be augmented with microtransit, how should it be augmented with microtransit, and looking at O&D patterns as we understand them today. So origin and destination patterns. Sorry, I've got the acronyms going here. I'm on a roll. So that's part of that COA and TDP. The next group of investments here are for our transit infrastructure, and this is simply for the design and early construction costs for the BRT and the light rail transit. And the transit infrastructure, here we're asking for about $10 million. This will take care of about 50 bus shelters that will be in the design development stage. Also looking at the electrical charging stations, design development for additional locations at Copen, and expanding what we have at Ravenswood. So those are the two bus garages that we have. And the idea here now is that we do have some charging capacity at Copen's, which we do not have today. So that will be set up as a temporary scenario, recognizing that we're coming through on the back end there and eventually replacing that entire facility. Just so you know, it's these locations are located kind of far apart in the county, which is great. We need both of them because they serve different parts of the county, and we'll be able now to introduce, when we get to the Copens, we'll be able to introduce additional electric buses or electric buses, period, on some of the north end of the county where we don't have them today. And then we have $1.3 million, and that is for our infrastructure program. I'm sorry, that was the, and that's going to be some of the HAVC stuff that we need to do at Ravenswood. Also, we have some security concerns at Ravenswood. The gates don't work, and so we're going to be doing a replacement of the gates and improve security at that location. We are using we're using a little bit of money on the Copen side, but again, we're going through and we're replacing Copens, but the majority of that is being done at Ravenswood for just some minor challenges that we have at Copens. And then lastly, not lastly, but the next one we have is a Hollywood Transit facility. This is a new facility that we're putting in the city of Hollywood. If you're familiar with the Circle in downtown Center City, Hollywood, the city has decided to change the traffic patterns there, and we are one of the biggest contributors to the traffic around the circle. And so the idea here is that we will continue to have bus service on a stop on the circle. But in terms of transfers and deadheading is where you have layover facilities where you have a bus, not deadheading, but layovering, where you have a bus that's waiting for a period of time before your next passengers are coming. Those will be relocated to this new location, which is the transit facility in Hollywood. And then the West Broward Intermodal Center, so Primo, right? If you recall the map, we've got a lot of service now going into the Sawgrass Mill area, and so this would be the beginning of the design effort to start that facility that will support the bus rapid transit line on Oakland Park Boulevard. The next one is okay. The next one is our transit infrastructure other, and here's where we're into the IT pieces of our business. And so we're looking at about $1.3 million for our contactless payment system. So so a lot of our passengers do use cash. That is something that they do use. We're trying to go to contactless payment system so we can make it more convenient for our riders to use our system, as well as we can have more controls on the back end on how the fares are being allocated and more visibility on kind of where they're going. And then on top of that, we have a intelligent software system that is going to help us monitor our dispatching through computer-aided dispatching, as well as GPS visibility. We have some of that now, but this would be an upgrade to the existing service and system. And we also have the infrastructure project management over some of these projects, and then security enhancements related to outfitting our buses with the ability to kind of see around blind spots around the buses with a mobile eye. And then land acquisition, and this is one that we put in every year, from what I understand, as a placeholder for opportunistic land acquisitions to support our operations. And then the last one is the commuter rail project, and I already spoke a little bit about this in terms of the surtax for this particular year. There's already been a set aside of about $74 million that's been allocated for the commission. Those dollars have been allocated to show good faith that we plan to make these investments in commuter rail. That's important for the other non-local funding sources, for them to know that we're serious about moving this project forward. I'm very pleased to share with you that next week we will be sending the Federal Transit Administration our package, which will include our basis for design for our commuter rail service, as well as our cost estimations for this phase of where we are. We're sending it to them to get a rating. This rating will establish whether or not we will be eligible for the funding for the Small Starts program. So this is like a major accomplishment for the team and a big step forward to really making this project real. So stay tuned for more on that. I'm sure Gretchen will have me back to talk a little bit about that when we get a little bit further along.
Corey, a quick question. There's no surtax money anticipated there, right?
No, not this year.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 24. And then this is our operating contribution. So I really am so, when I came here and I started to understand the surtax and the voter's decision, what I really appreciated, and I can't continue to be impressed with, is the fact that the surtax money is not only for the bright, shiny capital investment, but it's also for the back-end O&M. So many cities look only at, let me get it built, we'll figure out how to maintain it later. And that's the wrong strategy always. And there's a lot of legacy properties around the country that can share with you. I used to work for one, unfortunately, that was kind of put together. But what ends up happening is you don't have those very critical maintenance dollars on the back end, and your preventative maintenance programs and your overhauls and all the things that you do to keep your system healthy have to happen. And the good news is that Broward understood that and set aside funding for the O&M piece, and I'm forever grateful for the voters of Broward County and the authors of the surtax who came forward and made all that happen. So kudos to the team here. And then for our late shift connect, this is for our, the service that we talked about for passengers who are needing service when we're not operating. And then micro transit program, that's something that we'll be introducing that next year as well. And so I just want to say a couple things. This is I believe this may be the largest ask for us from an operating perspective for surtax dollars. In 21, we were asking for 28 million. I believe in 22 was about 90, and then in 23 it was 66. That was a contribution for COVID, sorry. So in those years we had money from COVID to the dollars that I just mentioned. 21 it was 22 million, then it went up to 90 million in 2022, and then up to 66 million in 2023. Those COVID dollars, the CARES Act, they're drying up. Unfortunately, or fortunately, because we're coming out of the other side of COVID. And so we will be asking for a larger share going forward for surtax dollars to support our operations. And that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions anyone has.
Go ahead, Anthea.
Yes, hi Corey. Always lovely listening to you present. I wanted to find out a little bit about the late night shift connect program, because I know that was launched recently, so I see the numbers are still a little lower compared to some of the others. But I was wondering about return on investment, essentially. Are we tracking that to kind of gauge whether or not this program is actually working so far?
So
I know it's probably still too new.
I believe, first of all, your logic is right. These ROIs are very important so we can monitor performance and see if we should continue making these investments. I think it's early in the process for us to see a large adoption rate. We just did a campaign to really kind of focus on it, which Lynn talked about, and so that's helping us to get more people. We still need to do a lot more B2B pieces to reach out to the businesses like the hotels and things like that to make people aware that this service is available for their people. I would say if you could give us about a year to see after that if in fact we see better adoption rates based on some of the initiatives that we're trying to put in place, and if after that we don't see it, then I think that's the time to kind of determine whether this is a viable investment or not.
Right, because I know when we first talked about this project, we talked about engaging our corporations to become a real partner in helping us market this, because, and some of the ideas that were put forward were things like showcasing this as a benefit to their employee, that they are a partner in this process with the penny tax. So when you have an employee coming on, you can share with them that this benefit exists, and even if they want to share in the glory of it, that's fine.
Yeah.
But we want to get them really, celebrating this opportunity with their employees. And
Yeah.
I don't know how much of that is happening so far.
I know we did some initial stuff when we first launched B2B. We're not as aggressive as I think we should be on this, and it's an area of opportunity for sure.
Okay, perfect, thanks.
Alejandro?
Sorry if this has been asked already or answered already, but are the LRT and BRT routes going to be fully dedicated?
Good question. So right now, our hope is that we have dedicated lanes for both service. It is not unusual to have traffic and LRT share a lane, okay? It's just not ideal, but it is not unusual. And it's, for the BRT, we've already confirmed that that's dependent on the configuration of the corridor or whether or not there's right-of-way to be able to support an additional lane. And where we can do it, we'd like to do it. And, you know, I think you've probably already heard me say that if in fact we don't make it more convenient to be on the bus than in your car, it's going to be really hard to convince people to use the bus or the LRT. With respect to the LRT, the first leg of that, the first 3 miles, that's on county property, and that'll be elevated. So that will be dedicated, and there will be no traffic conflicts or car conflicts with that.
I can imagine it's pretty hard to convince cities to dedicate lanes to the BRT, for example.
I have no comment. Just kidding. No.
Mr. Hooper?
I have 2 comments now. Yeah, LRT, especially going into downtown and then also leaving downtown and going down Broward, to me, it's going to either have to share or you're going to have to elevate. I don't think you can take a lane away in some of these places where you're limited with your right-of-way. But that's a challenge that we're going to have to figure out, right? Mm-hmm. And on the night shift thing, I would like if you would get in touch with Jenny Morejon at the Downtown Development Authority. I think that they could help talk to the right merchants along Las Olas, because there's a lot of restaurants. And then also, I forget what it's called in the beach, there's an association, Central Beach Alliance, and I think the hotels, you know, just to get the word out and to let them post things where the punch clock
whole
is.
punch, yeah.
Yeah, at the hotels, and then also at for back of house at the restaurants. If you just post something, if we could make an easy flyer that's super easy to read, and how do you call for your night shift, I think you probably pick up, because you know, downtown is like it's almost like Sawgrass Mills. It's a hub. It's an anchor. So there's a lot more opportunities to pick up riders, and then the beach. Obviously, you probably have already tried to do that. So, thank you.
All right, thank you for those suggestions. They're great.
Anyone else?
I just wanted to touch on, I know about 2 or 3 years ago, I've been in touch with FAU, and they have a program, and it's a collaboration with Broward College, and it's FAU in Palm Beach County. But they have this program, and I will share that information through Gresham, where they're trying to engage college students to start riding the bus. And I think it's something that we need to start looking at, because as we're trying to cultivate this next generation of riders, I think we need to build some partnerships with local colleges that are in the trenches, kind of doing what we're trying to do, is to increase ridership. And so I will share that information, and maybe at some point they could come and present some of the tactics that they're using.
I would love to
And
hear
maybe there's
that.
some opportunities to piggyback on some of the technology that they're using, or for them to be a part of what we're doing.
Yeah,
So-
you're absolutely right. I mean, that is the sweet spot for us in terms of looking forward in terms of the next generation of riders. And they're already predisposed, according to surveys, to try us and try transit. So, great suggestion, and two good suggestions. Thank you.
Anyone else? Corey, thank you very, very much.
All right, thank you.
we have number 4, the Broward County Aviation Department. This might be the first time they're coming in front of us. This is wonderful.
I'm not that good. I am not that good. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. And you're correct, you're not used to seeing me here. It is the first time. I won't say if it will be the last or not just yet. Before I get started, I thought it might be, well, first of all, kudos to my colleague, Corey Cuff-Lonergan. In her short time here, she's jumped in both feet, and she's going very, very aggressively at these things. We're all proud that she's here in Broward County, and I'm personally proud to work with her. So, Corey, great job. Love working with her and her team. Absolutely, yeah. I hope all of you are frequent users and patrons of our airport facility, and if you are, you know it's been getting busier and busier as an airport. I thought it might be helpful to give you a slight primer as to why I'm here today by just telling you a few things about our airport. You know, over the course of the last approximately 10 years, we've invested about $2.7 billion into the airport. A new runway and numerous terminal modifications, renovations, expansions, and we're not done. We have a lot more to do. The airport, as Mr. Allen knows, operating as an enterprise fund, we generally operate the airport with the revenues that we create at the airport and don't take any general tax fund dollars. We operate it very much like a business to a certain degree. Our partners are many, business partners that work at the airport. Our airlines are our largest business partner, and they are the ones that generally, for lack of a better term, are the financial backstop of the airport. That $2.7 billion that I talked about, all but about $250 million of that, which was a grant from the FAA to construct the runway, and some other federal and state grants smaller along the way, the majority of that debt is backed by the full faith and credit of the county, but is paid for by our airlines going forward. Each year, we adjust their rates and charges, and the debt service for that debt is picked up either by the airlines or, in some cases, by you all as a user of our facility. There's a thing called a passenger facility charge, or a PFC, that's in your ticket when you fly. And that money gets remitted back to the airport, and we use it to pay for debt service and other safety and security related projects for the airport. So we really have been focused on a lot of different things, and you've noticed a change, I believe, in the airport in terms of how busy it's gotten. In 2013, the airport handled approximately 23.5 million passengers. In 2019, just before the start of the pandemic, we handled 36.7 million passengers, about a 50% jump in passengers. In large part, that was due to the creation of the new South Runway that was put in place. It unlocked a lot of the potential of what we know as FLL. In that time, we became one of the busiest airports in the United States. Last year, our official ranking was 17th in the nation overall for what is arguably not a very big airport acreage-wise. 20th in terms of domestic activity, but this is where it really kicks in. We're the 11th busiest international airport in the nation when we talk about international travelers. My business development manager loves me to use this particular anecdote here. We handle more international passengers than LaGuardia, Salt Lake City, Tampa, Midway, San Antonio, BWI, and Portland, Oregon combined, all coming through our airport facility. And we think the future is bright, and we're going to continue to grow as an airport if we continue to invest in the infrastructure. The airport has been long recognized as one of the strongest, if not the strongest, economic engine in Broward County at times. Just before the pandemic, we finished an economic impact study that showed our annual estimated impact with all the tiers was approximately $37.5 billion. Over 250,000 individuals derive their livelihood in some form or fashion from the operation of the airport. Today, we have approximately 16,000 badged employees who work at the airport each and every day and how they create their livelihood. 2019 was our high water mark, just before the pandemic at 36.7. We were embarked on a master plan to see what we needed to do long range over the course of 20 years to continue to invest in this transportation asset for Broward County. Of course, the pandemic interrupted a few things, but as we went through the pandemic and we saw traffic coming back, we decided to say, is it really going to be what we thought it was going to be before the pandemic, or have we changed a little bit? We decided to revalidate the numbers that we had in our forecast. This year, we anticipate closing the year out at approximately 35 million. Not the 36.7, but darn close, and we think we'll actually hit or exceed our number in 2024. But the longer range forecast for our airport calls for us to hit 52 million passengers by the year 2035. That's what we refer to as an unconstrained forecast, meaning we'll hit the 52 million if we put the assets, the infrastructure in place in order to support that type of growth, going forward. But we're victims of our own success sometimes. With growth comes challenges, comes congestion, comes some things that we've learned over the course of time. We need to change or fix some of these things going forward. Some of you may have already been victims of got to the airport, couldn't find parking, came to pick somebody up, maybe our roadways were congested, found it difficult to get in and out. It's good to be a great economic engine, but we need an air transportation facility that is capable of supporting that going forward. We are what is referred to as a high O&D or origin destination airport, meaning most of our passengers either start or stop their trip in Fort Lauderdale. Other airports are large connecting hubs where you're just getting off one plane to go to another plane. I do a lot of that traveling. If you fly on American Airlines, you're connecting through Dallas or Charlotte. If you fly in Atlanta, you're connecting through, or Delta, you're flying through Atlanta and other places. We have a lot of folks that start or stop their trip here for vacations, get to the beach, go on cruises. That puts a tremendous amount of pressure on the landside portion of our airport facility, and it's going to continue to put more and more pressure on the landside facility as we go forward. I have been quoted in speaking to our county commission in this chamber, and what I've said in our master plan development is that the landside portion of our airport, frankly speaking, is our Achilles heel. We need to do some things in order to improve that, because we have other plans to grow the airport additionally in the future with additional gates, concourses, and terminals going forth until such time as we max the airport out. Two of the projects that I'm here to talk to you about today are the automated people mover system. You've heard some of that talked about already with Corey and others, and how we get connectivity going, and the intermodal center. Again, some of these concepts aren't brand new to this chamber, to this body, and certainly not to the community. As was referenced, they were looked at before when you hear terms like the Sunport model back in the mid-2005 to 2008 timeframe. But others have moved on, and they've done great things with their facilities, and we haven't yet here. The FAA classifies airports as large hubs, medium hubs, small hubs, general aviation. We are one of 30 large hub airports in the United States. 4 large hub airports exist in the state of Florida: Miami, Tampa, Orlando, and FLL. 3 out of those 4 have moved to automated people movers. Tampa and Orlando have had their automated people mover systems in place since 1971, over 50 years ago. Miami moved into the MIA mover in 2011, over 10 years ago. We believe that it's certainly time that we start to change the dynamic of how we move people around our facility. It's critically important to be able to grow, but we need to be able to move the bodies around the facility. When you think about moving all these folks from terminal to terminal, or from a rental car facility to the terminals, the number of buses that are running around out there today, on any given day, going back and forth to our rental car facility, we log approximately 235 bus hours just circling the airport. In a year, my math is correct, over 85,000 bus hours. Our hope is to change that dynamic and to do it a little bit differently than it's been done before, and hopefully something that's going to set up our asset for a long time in the future. I thought it might be helpful. There's a 4-minute video that kind of dovetails with what I've just told you. and sets us up for the few slides that I have after that to talk about the APM, the Automated People Mover, and the IMC, the Intermodal Center, going forward. This particular video, if you ever want to see it again, resides on our website. If you go to www.fll.net, you'll find this on our splash page. This is designed to give not only our patrons, but anybody who has an interest, what's the future of FLL look like, going forward. But because we're going to focus in on these two projects, I thought it would be helpful for you to understand how we envision putting that into place, what the timing looks like, and what some of the challenges may be as we go forward. So back in the booth, Mike, Manny, if you're able to start it.
The Master Plan Update for FLL has established a vision for the airport which culminates with a 95-gate build-out, along with the terminal and landside facilities needed to support the associated passenger and baggage demand, as well as the corresponding private and commercial vehicle activity. The 95-gate build-out has been identified as the threshold in which FLL's terminal and landside capacities will be in balance with the practical capacity of the airfield. The vision for FLL has been divided into 3 primary phases for implementation purposes. Phase 1 represents a 77-gate build-out. It includes expansion of the terminal facilities needed to support the 77 gates, significant landside capacity improvements that also enhance passenger connectivity throughout the terminal area. Phase 1 also provides new customer amenities, like a new airport hotel and adjacent commercial center. Phase 2 further expands the airport to 85 total gates and replaces some of FLL's older concourses and associated terminal facilities. Additional landside, airport, and airline support facilities would also be added as needed. Phase 3 adds the incremental 10 gates, resulting in the 95-gate build-out envisioned for FLL. The implementation of the Phase 1 program will be continually revalidated and aligned to demand, funding opportunities, and affordability. Phase 1 begins with the construction of new overnight aircraft parking positions south of Concourse G and Terminal 5, which is located east of Terminal 4. Provisions for a secondary airside access gate adjacent to T5 is included in the site plan. Landside improvements in Phase 1 commences with the construction of the Intermodal Center, planned to serve as a hub for transit, charter bus operations, and other modes of regional transportation on the ground level, while having multiple parking decks above, estimated to provide approximately 6,700 vehicle spaces. Concurrent with the Intermodal Center construction, the build-out of FLL's automated people mover would be initiated and operated as a pinched loop system, with passenger loading and unloading stations adjacent to or near each of the terminals. Once the Intermodal Center is complete, the full demolition of the existing Palm Garage would occur. Access to each of the terminals following the demolition of the Palm Garage would be facilitated by the automated people mover system. The demolition of the existing Palm Garage is needed for the development of several landside capacity-enhancing projects and new revenue-producing amenities for FLL, including a supplemental arrivals level curb for Terminals 2, 3, and 4, a larger capacity Palm Garage, a new airport hotel, and a commercial center having food, beverage, retail venues, entertainment, and dwelling spaces for passengers and customers. As the landside capacity enhancement projects are ongoing, Terminal 4's Concourse G would be expanded to the west to provide the 77-gate build-out proposed under Phase 1. The Concourse G expansion will provide 6 new gates and replace 5 domestic gates located within Concourse F. The resulting gates in Concourse G would be capable of handling domestic and international flights. Terminal 4 would be expanded to the west for additional passenger and baggage processing needed to support the new gates. The construction of a new Federal Inspection Services facility capable of processing up to 3,500 international arriving passengers per hour, with room for further expansion in the future, is also included. Airfield improvements necessary to support the Concourse G West expansion would occur as well. The master plan vision for FLL would be realized through sensible and gradual development actions over time, while delivering incremental benefits along the way.
Thank you, Mike. He's going to tee up the presentation now. One of the issues that we see at our airport a lot of time is when we get cruise lines, and my colleague, Mr. Daniels, isn't here today, but you would imagine there's a lot of traffic that comes back and forth from our airport to our cruise port, back and forth. Unfortunately, sometimes there are passengers that come in on a 6 a.m. arrival on a cruise ship, Phil knows, come over to the airport, but their flight doesn't leave until about 4 p.m. in the afternoon. There's not a lot for them to do in that time. It's a lost opportunity for us to brag about all the great things in Broward, give them some opportunities to eat, entertain, and whatnot, and to provide for a better guest experience all around for the folks that come through our community here. So when you heard the term commercial center, pre-security, so you don't have to actually go through a security checkpoint, give them an opportunity. That's part of our phase 1 plan. The APM and the IMC that we're going to go through right now represents about $1.6 to $1.7 billion worth of investment. But the overall phase 1 plan that you saw there with the extension of the G concourse, other modifications and whatnot, some which will be third-party developments, we believe, that dollar figure comes in closer to about $5 billion going forward. I'm not here to ask for that level of funding, only here to request what we need in order to get some of the front door, as I refer to it, coming in and out of the airport in better shape and set it up for additional success going forth in the future. Hopefully you found that video a little helpful in terms of getting the overview. Automated People Mover program. So it will connect with all of our terminals, 1 through 4. We are currently moving forward with Terminal 5 at our facility. That is being done in conjunction with one of our business partners, JetBlue, who already has a program management team, a design team, as well as a construction management team on board. We hope to break ground for Terminal 5 that you see in that picture right there off to the right where those 5 white planes are, right above the orange box, with a go operational date in 2026 for that. So the Automated People Mover would connect then Terminals 1 through 5 to all 3 of the garages, the Palm Garage, the Hibiscus, as well as the Cypress Garage, which is also known sometimes as our rental car facility. And then as well as the Intermodal Center, the new Intermodal Center, which is off on the complete right-hand side. Connectivity to potential future rail connections, whether that be Brightline and or commuter rail, will be an opportunity for us to connect directly into the Intermodal Center and utilize the APM at the same time. In the system, 6 different stations serving the terminals and the garages and the Intermodal Center, about 16,000 linear feet of dual guideway. We have to create an on-airport maintenance storage facility, all the different power distributions, and interface as we move passengers back and forth. There's a number of vertical circulation cores. Nice fancy term we use for escalators and elevators and stairs, vertical circulation cores, to be able to connect to the various facilities, including our terminals and ticket lobbies and whatnot. The breakdown, that project right now, rough order of magnitude, is $855 million. We broke it down into the planning, programming, and environmental of approximately $5.8 million, design $47.4 million, and construction $801.8 million. These costs have risen significantly over the course of the last couple of years as you've seen the impacts of inflation and escalation on other construction projects. We're keeping tabs with that to try to make sure that our rough order of magnitude costs are as accurate as we possibly can get as we go forward. In the process right now, we've finished on the APM our advanced planning for this project. We've also finished the program definition document, or a PDD, which really starts to spell out the different aspects of what we're going to be looking in that particular project. And we're at the beginning, front end of the environmental. The airport just received approval in July to move forward with our NEPA process from the FAA. That class of action will be an environmental assessment. So we're off and running on the environmental aspects of both the APM and the IMC. To your earlier comment to the previous speaker, Mr. Allen, we are handling our environmental with the APM and our IMC together as one effort with the FAA, going forward. On the funding, we've asked our good friends at the Florida Department of Transportation for approximately $427.5 million towards this particular project. So far, they've allocated $135 million to the APM project. As we continue, you'll see the other funding sources down there, FAA, Airport Improvement Program, or AIP, the Airport Infrastructure Grant Program, and the Airport Terminal Grant Program. They are both part of the bipartisan infrastructure law program. Passenger facility charge, that's the PFC that I referenced earlier, that we will continue to move towards that. Our ask or recommendation is for $213.75 million towards this critical project. We haven't filled in on the bonds or what we refer to as BCAT cash, so you'll see a very large funding shortfall. And the question is, well, even if you say we recommend the $213 million, where are you going to come up with all the other funding for this particular project? Same question will occur with the IMC. The relationship between the airport and the airlines, not just unique to Broward, but in many, many airports all across the country, we enter into long-term lease agreements with our business partners. Our business partners, as I mentioned earlier, back the debt of the airport. 2011, there was a 5-year deal with the airlines that went from 2011 to 2016. In 2014, that deal was extended by 10 years. Their lease was extended by 10 years. In return for the airlines to continue to back additional projects going forward. They don't want to leave Fort Lauderdale. They want to have certainty and confidence in what the rates and charges are going to be going forward and what the projects are. We're closing in with an expiration date of 2026 with our airlines. We've already begun the negotiation process with them to look at what does a new deal look like with these two projects right at the forefront. Obviously, our airlines would like to see additional gates and concourses as we go forward, but I've told them that these two projects are paramount. We have to fix the ability for folks to get in and out of our front door before we can talk about putting on additional gates and concourses. They understand it, and it's at the spearhead or the tip of our negotiation process. I hope to finish that process off in the next 10 months or so with them, if all goes well. But that's where a large portion of the funding sources will come in form of bonds. Will be bonds that are let, general airport revenue bonds or GARBs, that will be let by the airport, backed by airport revenues, and supported or backstopped by our airlines going forward. The intermodal center, transit and intermodal center, multimodal, several different levels going all the way up through level 8, ground levels, transit, passenger drop-off and pickup, passenger drop-off and pickup on level 1 as well, air to cruise or cruise to air passengers making their connections on levels 3 through 5 in there. Again, back to my earlier comments of the parking situation at the airport. You saw in the video that we actually demolish one of the garages as part of the process. That garage is, you may have parked in it, it's called the Palm Garage. It's the oldest garage, it's the smallest garage. Everybody wants to park in the Palm Garage because it's easy to get to terminals 2, 3, and 4. Unfortunately, it fills up rather quickly. There's another problem with the Palm Garage. In addition to it being undersized, it prevents us from actually constructing the automated people mover system. It also prevents us from fixing the roadway structure underneath of it that needs to be enlarged. It needs to actually be doubled in size so cars can get around and through our facility without waiting and waiting and waiting going forward. We won't take the Palm Garage down until such time as we bring the intermodal center up. I need those 6,700 spaces in the intermodal center before I can take the Palm Garage down, which is about 2,400 spaces. Even when that's done, we anticipate, based upon our forecast with passenger demand, we're going to be filling up rather quickly. But they'll be able to park in a 6,700 space garage and jump on the automated people mover system and be whisked off to their departure terminal in a matter of about a minute and a half, be able to get there. There's other opportunities within the facility itself that we're looking at, concessions, potential commercial development. We're still researching those. You see the potential for, on the concept rendering anyway, on the top where there might be office space. And just because I grew up as a baby boomer in the era of George Jetson and watching little spaceships fly around, the advent of what's known as eVTOL, or electric vertical takeoff and landing, is coming quicker than you realize. And you are going to see vehicles that are already being test flown at a number of different locations. We anticipate that we'll have an eVTOL station on the top of our facility. Again, just a rundown on the planning program and environmental, where we're looking to spend the dollars. The IMC, we've completed the advanced planning. We are now into the program definition document preparation, as well as doing the environmental concurrently. What I didn't say, and we're still working through our issues, is that the automated people mover system, virtually every automated people mover system that you probably have ridden on in the United States, whether it's over Tampa, Orlando, Phoenix, Dallas, Atlanta, soon LAX will launch their brand new automated people mover system in 2024. Almost every single one of them has been done under a design, build, operate, maintain structure. Because these systems are so incredibly complex, and because whoever is going to operate it and make sure that it works 99.999% of the time, there's very few companies that do this. This design, build, operate, maintain, or DBOM model is used and has been used very successfully all throughout the United States. The delivery methodology for the intermodal center is still being debated and discussed. We're looking at a variety of different methodologies. We hope to land on that here in the very, very near future, but they're the rough order of magnitude costs that you see in front of you. We don't stop, obviously, at federal, state, or local surtax, bonds, PFCs. Our financial team is taking a look at any and all opportunities that we have under federal and state, whether they be grants or loans, many of which you may be familiar with, whether it's under the bill, a CRISA, a mega grant, TIFIA loans, RRIF loans. The airport, the intermodal center for the airport has already received its designation as a strategic intermodal system, or SIS hub, just like the airport is a SIS hub, and we're hopeful that that's going to open up even additional funding opportunities from the state of Florida as we move forward. And again, a large portion of where we're going to be drawing the money are from our GARBs, or general airport revenue bonds, that are backed by the airlines. But when you think about 2.7 billion that's been invested, largely backed by them, probably another 4 to 5 billion that will be backed by them. Every little bit helps in terms of trying to get these projects done in a way that they don't have to support it entirely on their backs. The breakdown, the funding request from FDOT is $211 million. Again, we're waiting on some of our other check of the boxes to be done. My team is here with me. We will be presenting to the Broward MPO this month and next month to have these projects added to the MTP 2045 plan for the MPO. And as we go down the list, again, some of those boxes are going to be filled in with Surtax asks. The request of you is $167 million. Both the $213 million and the $167 million figures that you see here are consistent with the numbers that were presented to our county commissioners by our county administrator back at a transportation workshop in January of this year. We haven't modified those numbers. They were the numbers put forth, and we've stayed with those right now. And that's the program as it stands today. Happy to answer any questions.
I think
that you may have.
Anthea was first, Phil. Anthea's first.
Okay. Awesome, very exciting, and I just used the airport recently, actually.
I hope it was a good experience,
It
Madam
was
Vice Chair.
an awesome experience. I'm excited about everything that I'm seeing, and I was curious to know whether or not you have a way of calculating the amount of surtax dollars that you potentially generate right now, and then with some estimate or forecast, if you will, based on increased number of people coming in and out of the airport, what would that surtax generation look like, generated amount look like?
I don't have the answer for you, Madam Vice Chair,
Mm-hmm.
but we're happy to take that back and look at it. We've run financial models. Sometimes there are models that we use that we refer to as RPEs, or revenue per enplaned passenger. Each passenger, there's a certain amount of spend that they
Right.
make at the airport, whether it's parking, concessions, and whatnot. And we look at those models that say, if we're going to increase the number of passengers that come through our airport each and every year, and there's that much more revenue that's derived, can that revenue be used to offset additional debt service? I apologize, but I'm happy to go back and try to see if we can find that answer for you.
Okay, might be a way to help, sell your product here in terms of what you're trying to do, because you're also thinking about having opportunities for people who are on cruise ships to come in and spend more time at the airport and spend, right?
Yes.
And so I'm just thinking, all those things considered, if you could extrapolate, if you will, even, I know it's only gonna be an estimate of the potential for generating surtax dollars. It just really shows that you really have skin in the game on so many levels.
Our airport arguably has been quite successful, I think, because we've adopted what is known as a low-cost model. So we have a lot of low-cost airlines that operate at our facility, and we work really hard to keep our cost as low as we possibly can for our business partners. We do that by generation of what we refer to as non-airline revenues, the parking, the concessions, the rental cars. The better those components to do, the less that the airlines actually have to pick up in terms of their overall cost, generates interest in them to provide more and more air service to Fort Lauderdale. That's been a model that we use where our aggregate cost per enplaned passenger sits at $8, $9 an hour. If you go down the road to the other airport, 22 miles down the road, that cost might be $25 to $30 dollars per. So we stay as best we can in that zone, but arguably it's hard to put billions and billions of dollars of new infrastructure into place without some of the costs rising. But it is, as I think we can attest, the ability to move around our facility is getting harder and harder. If we don't do these projects, I fear that we won't be able to expand the facility, and therefore there'll be lost economic opportunity moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Allen?
Mark, as a follow-up to your comment there relative to the cost per enplaned passenger, you and your predecessors have always talked about the low-cost nature of FLL. How does that look now going out over, superimposing this capital program onto projected rates? What does that, are you going to continue to be characterized as a low-cost airport, or are you going to be a Miami?
That's a great question, Phil. The projection, in order to layer in this amount of debt going forward, we believe, based upon our projections, that we could certainly see cost per enplaned passengers that rival what Miami is today. But Miami's talking about doing additional programs in Chicago. If our cost per enplaned passenger goes, if it doubles to 18, 19, 20 in order to put these particular projects into place, that sounds high. But in the next 7 to 10 years, we're going to see airports, we're already seeing airports that have average cost per enplanement figures in the $30, $40, $50 range. You get to New York.
You're at about 25 now, or?
Our average cost, $8.99.
$8.99, okay.
$8.99, and I think the last check I did on Miami's was, it might have changed, but it was about 23, 24. We've always been about 1/3 of where they're at. But airports all across the country are investing heavily in their infrastructure. We anticipate in the next few years you're going to see more than 1 billion air travelers nationwide, just in the United States, obviously, and airports upon airports are looking to invest in their transportation assets.
What the projection relative to PFC, where are you at now on PFCs?
The dollar figure?
Or per passenger?
So the passenger facility charge is set by Congress. It hasn't changed in 23 years.
Now, are you at that level now?
Yes. There's 2 different levels that you can charge, either at the $3 level or the $4.50 level, depending upon what projects you're going and some of the other criteria that needs to be established. But mostly we are at $4.50. On the employment level, $4.50 times, 18 million employments, you're going to generate somewhere in the neighborhood of about $80 million. A lot of our PFCs are right now geared toward paying off debt for existing debt, including the runway. But some of that debt will retire, and we have mapped out our PFCs into the future to see what availability is going to be there to help support these programs as well.
And these kinds of costs that we're talking about here, this request here for budget, the characterization of these project costs being eligible for PFCs, are they eligible for PFCs?
In some cases, yes. You can't use PFCs, for example, to generate, let's say, new concession space, but you can do things for safety, security, capacity enhancement.
Or
the PFC has an entire handbook that goes through, and then once you go through the handbook, we have to submit to the FAA to see whether or not they believe that it falls within the criteria to be able to use a PFC for it.
And what are your current thoughts relative to one of the biggest problems that we faced in the process as we looked at the connector was what about baggage? Airlines don't want to account for that baggage. The cruise lines don't want to account for that baggage. What's the current thought on how you're going to handle baggage?
So my colleague's not here anymore, but so we signed an MOU with Florida Department of Transportation in 2021 that defined the program, what they refer to as the program. The Airport People Mover System, the Intermodal Center, and the Airport Seaport Convention Center connector. The two projects that we are taking the lead on, the IMC and the APM, we have thought and we believe that our message has been heard, is that they have independent utility and they would be done no matter what happens with the other projects. But clearly we want to connect over to the seaport. Just before the pandemic, we were working with members of Jonathan Daniels and Glenn Wiltshire's team, as well as a couple of cruise lines, to come up with a pilot program whereby if you came in to FLL on a flight, everybody wants to be able to touch their bag and make sure it made it there.
Oh, yeah, sure.
But once they touch their bag and they know it came in off that airplane, they'd be just as happy to deposit it again right away. And then to jump on a people mover that's going to take you over to Midport or Northport and to be able to get to your cruise. If you have kids in tow and whatnot, you don't have to worry about dragging all the baggage and whatnot. Unfortunately, the pandemic's knocked that out right now, but we're looking to recreate that. In this model, that is hopefully going to be a staple in there, working with the cruise lines, the TSA, Homeland Security, CBP, and logistics providers to pull that all together in a working model that I think we will be able to provide something here that no other airport-seaport connection in the world provides.
Then you've got the passenger coming back from the cruise and clearing customs with his baggage or without his baggage. Customs want to see the person with his bag in his hand.
Correct.
Before they clear the passenger.
And some of that connectivity already is in place when people come in and they clear their customs and they drop their bag and it gets inserted over on the aircraft side already. We want to do it on the cruise line going out. But there's a few issues that we have to work through. So,
Mark, wonderful. I have to agree with Anthea. Exciting. I arrived here by car in 1968, so I've seen some changes. And I know you have a lot of experience, so I'm going to ask you maybe an unfair question. But
is it a football question?
It's a numbers question.
Okay.
If I read this correctly, we have a shortfall between the people mover and the intermodal facility of about $1.5 billion. We have another $500 million coming from either FDOT or Surtax. How would you handicap, based on your experience, getting this shortfall of funding from somewhere other than right here?
Well, to my earlier
I mean, you're going to get what's in green as I see it, but
yeah.
How would you handicap being able to make all these short funds, $1.5 billion?
So I think that the relationship with FDOT and District 4, as well as with Tallahassee, they've been really, really great to work with, and we are in constant communication with them about our need, that they have devoted, in my humble opinion, significant resources to the development of things like automated people mover systems at Tampa, Orlando, and Miami. I think that to handicap it, I think we'll do rather well, but it is still going to be a large part that's going to fall back, I believe, on the backs of our business partners on the airlines. That's not something that the airlines are going to want to undertake in a one-year deal or a two-year deal. That's why the last deal was 10 years. So they have time to actually amortize, or we have time to amortize that and get the infrastructure in place and not try to cram $2 or $3 billion worth of work in a 2, 3, or 4-year period. These are long builds. The master plan vision for the airport is a 20-year vision. We're not trying to accomplish this overnight, but the relationships, the residual-based nature of our relationships with the airlines has been key to our survival.
Which leads me to a strange question for legal. Surtax funds, are they able to be, if we have them, maybe spent early on to take some pressure off the airlines? We got a $2 billion issue here. And if the first 400,000 of that 2 billion could be earlier than later, do we have that flexibility?
So the automated people mover is a fixed guideway system, which is covered under the transportation surtax statute, 212055 Florida statutes. And the intermodal center is an eligible expenditure under, to the extent that, it services transit. If there's the commercial space and whatever, all of that would have to be delineated separately. So what portion of the of the airport projects that Mr. Gale has summarized are you referring to? If you're referring to funding for the automated people mover or the intermodal center, it's surtax eligible. But to the extent that it's airport facilities?
No, I'm saying the automated people mover has a Broward surtax in here of $213 million.
Mm-hmm.
The intermodal center has another $167 million. That's where I got my 400 mil. So I assume those were eligible.
Well, there are components of the intermodal center, if they're going to be commercial facilities, then that would have to be evaluated the extent to the ratio.
I'm sorry, I have this thing on airplane mode, and it's not working. I mean, the airplane mode is not working. I'm going to shut it off. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, nobody
that.
ever pays attention
But
to that,
this,
to be honest with you, on the
no,
airplane.
this is the truth. Now, wait a minute. So what you're saying is even though there's 400 million identified, some of that might not be eligible based on what you're hearing about this commercial spot, which may be another reason we need a third amendment, but that's another deal for another day.
No, that's a statutory revision. That's not a third amendment to the interlocal agreement.
Okay, that's a statutory need?
That's a legislative issue.
Well, the reason legislation can change, that's all I can say. But anyway, I do appreciate your answer, and I hope we can, I need an answer from our legal. If everything was eligible, and we were going to give them $400 million for this $2 billion effort, do we have any flexibility of when we give it?
That's a decision that would be within the purview of the county commission. So when that happens and the whole budget process and when it gets allocated and how much will depend upon, that's a determination to be made by the county commission.
No, I understand they have to make that, but that's not my question. It's a legal question. Can the county commission, if they decided to give up the money, do we have the ability, what I would call front-end load something so that we may take some pressure off the air? If we're going to ask the airlines for a big portion of this, which I think we are, and we're able to stage that out by us putting our money up first, do we have that ability, or does the county commission have that ability?
No, so that's a loaded question. So the airport, what the airlines pay for and that they contribute to is the airport facility. So we're talking terminals, right? The terminal expansion, the gates, the airport facilities are distinguished from the APM. And so it depends on what portion of the project, because, Mr. Gale has provided, a lot of information that covers, broad area, and you have to parse this when it comes to surtax because all of the airport expansion is not permissible.
That's not my question. My question is, assuming the 400+ billion is eligible and everything else, does the county commission have the ability to give that money earlier in a project so that we can maybe take some pressure off one of the larger donors, which are the airlines? That's all my question. It had nothing to do, it's just,
The county
Yes or
commission can,
no?
the county commission can allocate the funds whenever they decide to do so.
So it sounds like if they wanted to do it, they could.
I think you're loaded, so the question is loaded when you talk about taking pressure off the airline, because the airline, what the airlines contribute may not be, that may be a different fund. So if you take that piece out, yes, the county commission can allocate surtax funds when they want for what they want.
Thank you very much.
Our position with the airlines as a matter of negotiation is, if we look at all of our costs entirely, and Ms. Wallace is correct, the airlines, as it exists today's agreement, when we do capital projects, the airlines get to vote up or down on certain projects, because they're going to ultimately back the debt that we can attribute to that piece of the operation. Right now, we're pulling together all the different funding sources to identify, if we get this much in federal, this much in state, this much in local surtax, this much in PFCs, what is the amount that I'm going to be asking my airlines to support going forward? So we're just trying to get to that number so I can have a very, very effective negotiation process with my business partners.
Anybody else? I wish you all the luck in the world. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate you all.
So
Thank you so much for
successful.
your time
Thank
today.
you. We're ready for multiple municipal surtax program?
Yes, so we are in the home stretch. And I'm going to speak very quickly to the fiscal year 2024 municipal surtax program. That's both the community shuttle and projects. So we'll start with the community shuttle program. As you saw in the Broward County Transportation Department presentation, the community shuttle program is managed by our transportation department, but the funding associated with it contributes to the minimum annual guarantee of surtax revenues. So there are two components of the community shuttle program, existing and expansion. You can see on the slide what the assumptions are with respect to the existing, both with vehicles, the acquisition of vehicles and conversions, the operational costs and maintenance, as well as a new element, which is transit infrastructure, bus stop improvements for the entire program. And they are proposing to do 200 of those in fiscal year 2024. The expansion of the community shuttle program, as I mentioned in our briefings, this can be looked at one of two ways. It could be expanding an existing municipality. So one of the 17 that was identified in Ms. Lonergan's presentation, maybe they want to add a route, they'd like to increase their level of service, or a new municipality that's not currently participating in the program seeks to join. So that's what expansion refers to. Now I'm going to move into the projects. As you can see here, there are a number of projects, these are capital projects that are programmed in fiscal year 2024 for the participating municipalities. We have some large construction projects, as you'll recall from the accomplishment slides. 98% of the funding for municipalities programmed in FY2024 is actually for construction for the first time in the program. And we also have 3 projects that are highlighted in blue. And what that indicates to you is that those projects were originally programmed in a later year, so not in 2024, to receive construction funding. The municipalities that sponsor these projects, so these are city-led projects, they requested that the construction funding for these projects actually move up because they would be construction ready. The MPO, the Broward Metropolitan Planning Organization, under the Surtax Services Agreement, assessed the readiness of these projects and indicated that they would be construction ready in fiscal year 2024, recommended those to us. I was able to recommend to the county administrator that they move into fiscal 2024, and she agreed to do so. So you can see that the subtotal committed to municipal projects in 2024 is over $47 million, which is above the amount that is actually budgeted for municipal projects in that year, which you'll see a little bit later. And what that means is that we have cost savings from fiscal year 23, the year that we're in right now, as well as prior years, that will roll forward to fund the delta. I'm going to turn it over to Angela at this time.
Thank you. Okay, so the County Attorney's Office currently has 4 positions that are funded within the Transportation Surtax Fund. There are 3 attorney positions and 1 paralegal position. The office has requested an additional assistant county attorney position due to a dramatic increase in expected work on projects, including Primo and, the various construction projects. And there are several people, including the county attorney, chief deputy county attorney, the deputy county attorney over commercial, and another senior assistant county attorney who spend a substantial amount of their time right now on transportation projects, particularly the Broward commuter rail project, and that work has to decrease from them. Those efforts, their efforts are not funded by the surtax, and the work that they're doing has to transition to another attorney. So we're requesting an additional assistant county attorney position to make up that difference and to assist with the additional work from the Transportation Department and the Public Works Department going forward. And the budget request also includes a request for an increase, cost of living increase. That's all.
Thank you, Angela.
Any comments?
And so, Mr. Chair, we'll finish up with a MAP administration. As you can see, there are 14 positions that are in a MAP administration. That is the agency that supports the oversight board, the appointing authority, and all of the participating agencies and municipalities. There are actually 11 positions in MAP administration directly, 9 of which are filled, 2 are vacant, 3 are in Sandy Michael McDonald's shop, and then, of course, the ones that Angela just described to you in the county attorney's office, as well as the county auditor who was here earlier. And I would just like to take a moment, if that's all right, just to acknowledge the work of MAP administration and all of my team. I'd like to specifically call out Roy Burnett, who supports all of these oversight board meetings, and as well as those who assisted with pulling together the financial information, Margaret, Lena, Alex, Neil, and Natasha, who helped to do the analyses earlier today and do the geographic equity analyses for us whenever those are requested. And with that, unless there are any questions.
Well, kudos to your last comment. The only question I have, I assume all this is still within your 1% guideline that you've established?
You established it. I didn't establish it, but you all asked that we try to keep support services for the surtax around 1% of anticipated annual revenues. And we are, in fact, doing that as best we can. Obviously, there are years that that's not possible when we're doing construction and renovations, but when we meet on Friday, we'll be able to show you the 5-year plan and that we've actually cut our budget again this year.
Great, thank you. Are we about finished? Do I need a motion to adjourn, or do I just need to adjourn it?
Let's do a motion.
Second.
Mr. Fraser moved and Phil Allen seconded, is that correct? We are adjourned at 3:14, thank you.
Right.